And good evening, everybody. Welcome back to another live Let's Play Blind and exclusive to YouTube. I am your host, Swishbone, for the remainder of the evening. For those of you who have never been here before, we mostly play games blind for the first time here, giving our live reactions and plenty of bad jokes and banter in the chat box that way. Of course, tonight's a bit different. We're going back to my well, I don't want to say my childhood. It was one of my early adult years at university, playing Gran Turismo 4 on the PlayStation 2. Yes, it's old school racing at its best. Well, in the past, you might have seen me also, for those of you who come back for whatever time you come back here for, may have seen me taking on the likes of the Danganronpa games, or the Shin Megami Tensei, or the Persona, or the weird streams like Manual Samuel and Doki Doki Literature Club, or the classic streams like Final Fantasy 7 and Forza 4. Either way, a huge welcome back to all of you people. Without all of you people, both new and old, well, this channel, it would be active, but it wouldn't be as interactive or as reactive. So one more time, the chat box is that way. Get your comments in there and I'll do what I can to get involved with you all for the remainder of the evening. Now, before we carry on, in the last time we played this game, we'd done a few of the events in the Japanese area to get a few cars and so forth. Now, since then, I've been messing around on the S license. I want to say hi to Fiona, who's already jumped in the chat. Good evening to you, how you doing? And I might have gone a bit crazy in my offline mode. Check it out. Of the 16 tests, 15 are gold. I've actually managed to get gold on 15 of 16 of them offline. This is the graduation test, and I want to take it on live with you all. Good evening to you as well, Queen. I see you in the chat box there. How are you doing? Now, this one is going to be difficult. Show's going to beat tell here, because this is a lap, an entire lap of the Nürburgring. That's right. Now, look at the gold times at the top. You can see the bronze is 7 minutes 58 seconds. You have to go 51 seconds quicker to get the gold. And we're going to try it. We're going to try and do it live tonight. That's what we're going for. So anyway, if you say you've not heard of Wild Arms until a former journalist and YouTuber, Josh Griffiths, mentioned it. Wild Arms, one of my favourite RPG series. And the fact the sequel has been on the schedule, it's going to be there on Wednesday evenings. It's dropping on PlayStation Plus Premium on Tuesday. So if you are a premium tier member like me on PS4 or PS5, download that game. It never officially came out in Europe. I played it via alternative means, shall we say. Now, here's the thing. What I did there was I briefly created a state. It's not because I want to do a state round the lap. It's just so we don't have to keep watching the same build-up in the inevitable period when I go off the track and fail the test. I say inevitable because I'm expecting to do that quite a few times. I want to try and set the gold standard for one good reason. It will be allowing you to see all the prize cars for this test, and they go in ascending order. The first one you see is for all bronze, second for all silver, and the third for all gold. And I just wanted to show you what the slog gets you in this game. So yeah, so I'm not using states for the rest of the lap, by the way. I'm refusing to do that. I'm not taking full advantage of the emulator. Something you can do on PlayStation Plus Premium, you can actually use states and even the rewind feature. Imagine playing this game being able to rewind back to the start of a corner you've gone off at. It'd make it a little bit easier. And then we wait for the red graffiti and hit the brakes. The idea being to get into this section where the car does fall away because the camber of the circuit pulls it towards the grass naturally. That's a very, very difficult corner, that. But to be fair, this entire circuit, it's actually known, thanks to the Formula 1 World Champion legend himself, Jackie Stewart, as the Green Hell. That's what this course is known as to the drivers. Some simply call it the Ring, others call it the Nordschleife. Those who know the trauma call it the Green Hell. Oh, I got away with that. I thought I'd gone off into the grass then, but I just got away with it. I used all the road available then. I managed to just about thread the needle. I looked online for what people said as advice for getting the gold on this test. The advice was, know the circuit. That's it. There is no other guide. There is no other tips. Although I do have one, which is a cheat, an exploit, and I'm going to try and show it to you all. But I can't do it until I get there, so let's get there first. That's the first part of the challenge. Also, the problem I've got is on the version I'm playing, I don't have any split times. So I've no idea what my sectors are versus the guide times. So I'm having to play this very much by instinct, which is challenging. Try and spot the road signs at the side of the circuit, by the way. There's actually loads of little Easter eggs, like references to towns and speed limits and everything else. You can actually see them if you look close enough. Which, for the PlayStation 2, is incredible detail. It's a level of detail you wouldn't expect to see, but it's here. And the 4K upscaling that I'm using is hopefully putting it on display for you all. Right, we're getting close to the point where if I get it right, I can show you my exploit. It's an exploit that might be worth 1 or 2 seconds of lap time, if I can get it to work. Get ready. We're about to take on the carousel, the very heavily cambered, very tight hairpin. Except I'm not taking on the hairpin. I'm wall riding round the top. That's my exploit, right there. People might call me a cheat. I call me something using all the road available. Besides, the examiners haven't failed my test, so if the examiners are fine with it, I'm okay with it too. If you do that in an online lobby, by the way, you will get punted out immediately as a cheat. But this is the PS2. There was no such thing as online lobbies for this game. Because online play didn't really pick up for racing games until the Xbox 360. I think Need for Speed Pro Street had the ability to do PS2 online, but here in Europe we didn't really get the service. I know that Resident Evil Outbreak was like an online co-op game way back in 2004, I think. But it's only the Japanese servers that were any good. And so I have no idea how close to the time we're going to be here. I've literally no idea. I'm flying blind. I could be in a good position, I could be nowhere near it. But we're going to keep retrying until we get the gold, or at least that's the plan. I'm amazed I found any grip then, actually. I smashed the accelerator and thought, oh bugger, I'm screwed here, but no, I managed to somehow find grip. Oh! Oh yeah. Back to the beginning of the course, people. That's why it's known as the Green Hell. One mistake and you are off. I took too much of the inside curb and the game went, for you, the license test is over. Which it was over. I mean, you don't want to piss off a driving examiner, but I imagine it'd be even worse in a racing license. I somehow kept that on the island, and I'm not sure how. As I say, the use of Yellow's "Oh Yeah" as the fail music, by the way, is wonderfully sarcastic. More games need to do that. It's like, haha, you failed, kind of thing. Kick the player while they're down. If anyone ever saw the game over screen from the legendary game Total Distortion, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Now I can't even get out of the first sector. Which is a problem, because there's about 12 sectors to this circuit. Right, okay, we're out of the first sector. It's a start. I didn't want to risk going through that flat then. I didn't like where I was on the circuit. The tyres were protesting a bit too much. You heard the squeal of the tyres. That shows that they're not quite gripping the surface. So if you notice, by the way, next to the speedometer on the left, you'll see a little triangle that occasionally flashes. That's the traction control, and I can't turn it off. So sometimes you get tyre squeal because the car is trying to control the revs when you don't want it to, and there's nothing you can do. When you're in your own races, you can turn it off at your heart's content, but here in the licence test, you have to keep it on. There's nothing you can do. You can't change the setup of the car. Which is a thing I think Gran Turismo's always missed out on. They've never done enough to actually encourage people to learn how to set the cars up. I wish they had a test where it was like you could mess around with the rear spoiler to generate downforce or take it off. Mess around with the gear ratios. You know, make people learn some basics of car tuning. Because then they'd understand how to actually get even better as a driver. Provide feedback to the team. Whoa, oh, I got away with that. I thought I'd gone over the inside and failed the test. I'll settle for it. Wasn't what I intended, but I'll take it. Yeah, I felt the car understeering them. And of course, if you notice as well, the crests and the circuit can make it difficult to get the power out of your car. Because obviously gradients make a massive difference to how much power you get from the engine and the speed. Because if you haven't put a lot of power into the rear wheels to climb, you're wasting a lot more energy. The good thing is we don't have tyre life to worry about. If we had tyre light wear to contend with, this would be a really difficult test. It's already difficult as it is. This circuit, by the way, you can actually pay a price to take any car you want around it. You can turn up in a car, pay something daft like, I think it's 15 euros or something stupid like that, and do a lap. A lot of insurance policies in the UK have a clause that says your policy is void if you take it onto the Nürburgring. They'll literally just say, doesn't matter if you've got European cover, you go on the Nürburgring, you're not insured. And you can watch a lot of videos online, by the way, a lot of YouTube videos of compilations of fails at the Nürburgring where people have crashed and caused damage to some very, very, very nice cars. One of my friends was stationed in Germany in the military and actually took their car to the Nürburgring. Said it was one of the most fun days out they've ever had. Oh, I had to brake, and I was starting to get too high on the curb, and it almost made the car take off. So say the absence of split times is a real problem, because I don't know if I'm going faster or slower than the previous attempt. That didn't feel fast. I do apologise for not addressing your live chat at the moment. It's because I'm focused on the lap. Once I'm out of this lap, I'll take a quick recap, people. I'm not ignoring you. I'm seeing it ticking over out the corner of my eye. And I've got to make sure I kind of stop looking at it in case I fall off the circuit again. Okay, good, 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 good. Yeah, this is looking alright. Oh, but too wide there. That's not good. That's robbed me of a lot of time. That could break the lap. There we are, the mini cell. We're past it. Right, here's where I've got to thread the needle well if I can. Because I need to get out of here at full speed. Okay. Excellent, now we're on a long straight. Ah, you've actually bought a couple of VIP tickets for a concert, Fiona. Try and either try and refund them or see if the venue has like a fair trade, you know, like price reselling thing. I know that some artists allow you to do that if you use their actual specialist site for it. So see if you can try there. So at this point, there's nothing I can do. It's flat out from here for a while. I have got to trust in the car. Not really a corner. Dab of the brakes. And then on the brakes hard. Oh, come on. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes! Look how close it was! By less than 1/100th of a second! That was literally a piece of cigarette paper. I could not have made that closer if I tried. And I did it live. Wow! Exit now. I need to make sure it saves my data. So there we are, I am now super licensed. I've got the highest level license you can get. So the first of the cars we get is... Oh, nice! We got an old American muscle car. Oh, that's a beauty. A Mercury Cougar XR67. Nice. That is beautiful. That's a classic car. I love that. Second car we've unlocked, because we've got the silver license as well. The Pontiac Solstice Cooper What on earth is that? That is hideous. That is ugly. That is supremely awful. Look at the front end on that car. Now, for getting all gold in the S license, we've got... Are you serious? Are you serious? A car from 1915. It looks beautiful, but I bet you it's the slowest thing on Earth. That's your prize for getting all gold on the S license, people. Right there. That's your prize. Is that the biggest troll move in history? I think it is. It's the game going, congratulations, you proved yourself to be an absolute nerd. Now get a life. Just to prove it, right, let's go to the garage, right? Because the bride cars are now in there, so you can see 533 brake horsepower, 770 horsepower, Mercury Cougar XR7, 325. There it is. Look at it. 20 brake horsepower. 20. So, I'm going to show you just how slow it is. We're going to go take it for a drive, people. We're going to take it for a drive. You cannot advance... It's a special car, so you can't even take it for a race. Okay, let's go to the world then. Let's go to a circuit in the world. I'm not going to take it around the Nürburgring. That'll be silly. But let's take it to... Right, here we go. Laguna Seca. Normally, you'd be doing this in about anywhere between 1 minute 18 seconds and 1 minute 35 seconds, depending on your car. Okay? Let's see just how slow this is, people. Let's see just how slow it is. Yes, listen to the sound, people. There's the car. That's me at the wheel, people. I'm at the wheel of the Ford Model T. Yes, really testing the limits of grip here. As we take the final hairpin, we're on the racing line. The power's down. This is going to be a really, really quick lap, this. You can see over there, you can see he's taking the gradient, getting as much horsepower as possible from gravity here. A big push behind as we try to get into this first corner. You've got to be careful, it's such a tight bend, you can easily find yourself going offline. But there he is, always keeping this absolutely beautiful. As we head down the hill, we're already at 8 seconds. This is going to be a record lap time here, people. As we head into the set, brake at 2. No, let's try braking at 1. How about... let's not brake at all. Let's go left into the hairpin corner. A little bit of wheel drift there. Very exuberant driving from this 1915 machine as he's got the power down. Oh, he's using all the track. He's gone off circuit. He's kicking up the dust and he's really, really ragging this car. As we head deep into the other side, you can definitely feel, look at the body roll. He's trying to throw all his weight onto the right-hand side of the car to stop him from tipping over. But here we go. Blind corner, very, very fast. We're at 53 miles an hour. This is as fast as we're going to get. We're drifting 4 wheels into the left-hand bend, but we're still going. We're nearly a minute in the lap. We're not even halfway around the lap here, people. This is a lap for the absolute ages. Check a look at the driver. He's looking intense. He's looking focused. As we head into this really difficult off-camber bend, you've got to really try and thread your line carefully here. Tapping the corner, still getting a bit of drift, but he's still managing to keep it going. Oh, he's almost off the circuit on these extremely low-profile tyres. He'll be getting no grip out of that car, I can assure you. On the chat, meanwhile, we're being told by Naomi that this is very much like the original Race and the Rat Mafia remake. You're not far wrong. It's absolutely difficult to say the least. Now, here we go. We're going uphill. We're heading for the corkscrew. And yes, we can feel the engine ticking over. It's struggling to get up the hill. We're now down to 46 miles per hour as the gradient falls away from us, robs us of pain. And you can see that look of excitement on the driver. The driver's excited to be here. He's looking forward to this. Yes, Queen saying he's on his way to the grocery store. Will he make it before it closes? As we head into the most difficult corner on the lap, and he's still managed to go off. He's into the sand, unbelievably. He's gone through the corkscrew. He's got no time for the racing line. Maybe he's been able to get a few seconds by going off circuit. Oh, four-wheel drift there, robbing all power from the car. This is one of the slowest laps you're ever going to see here of Laguna Seca. As we head deep into this camber, we're still hanging on. Look at the body rolls. He's trying desperately to find any kind of power, any kind of grip. But he's not got it. He's got nothing. And we're into the final corner. Can he make it around here without crashing? No, he can't. He's out of grip. He's gone wide. He's into the sand. Unbelievable. He's thrown it away. That was pole position. Absolutely guaranteed. And it has gone. The fans, meanwhile, listen to the air horns chanting. They're absolutely ecstatic to see him. Is he going to make it before 3 minutes? That's the question. Andy jumping in on track saying it's even slower than their times. Good evening to you. 2 minutes 54. And look at the ghost car. The ghost car's left him for absolute dead. He's not catching up. This is the end. Yes, that's your reward for getting all gold in the S-slicers, people. That's what your hard work unlocks you. That's your special car, people. It's a special car. It's special, alright? It's absolutely useless. So, by comparison, how fast is that circuit normally? Let's get into a proper car, just to show you a comparison. So going back to the World Circuits. You see the sound of that gutless engine. You can see there it's 2 minutes 54 seconds. It's top of the leaderboard. How much faster can we go in a proper race-bred car? So here we go. Just to show you the difference between that car and any other. For a start, I'm having to brake for the first corner. You did indeed tune in at a strange moment, Avian. You're not wrong. You tuned in at the point just after I did a very, very awesome job of getting the gold on the Nürburgring license test with less than 1/100th of a second on the clock. But this is to show you just how fast this normal circuit is. Bear in mind, this is not the fastest car in the game. Not even close to it. Oh, off the circuit. Completely blew that line. Into the tyre barrier. That's the car wrote off. That's the chassis dead. So if I buggered that line, I'm screwed here for the corkscrew, people. You hear the car trying to get the power down through the middle of the corkscrew, just the undulations. It just had no idea what to do. And across the line. So, let's take a look at these time boards again, shall we, people? A full 1 minute and 30 seconds faster. 1 minute, 30 seconds a lap faster. That is an absolute pasting. Now you know why the Ford Model T is a special car, because you can't use it anywhere. It is useless. So let's go and actually have a race now. Now that we've had a bit of a strange coffee break. Speaking of coffee, Naomi, no, I do not ever do late to an anime convention. Absolutely not. Nix. Not even while I'm doing my makeup for my cosplays. I am never, ever late for an anime con. So, why don't we take a police car out? This is normally the pace car. I've got it as a car that I unlocked from one of the license tests. Let's take it for a drive. Let's go to the professional events. Yeah, the Clubman Cup. We'll go here. Why not? We'll go to the Clubman Cup. Apricot Hill. Yeah, let's start here. Naomi, I'm one of those people who does get there early. Absolutely. Even when I've got VIP access, I'm there way before you need to be. I get the feeling I might be outclassed for this event here, looking at the cars that have turned up. Yeah, this is not fair at all. I am not being fair on the computer here. Yep, there's a Opel VX220, Peugeot 205, and an MR2. Get out of my way, you. Oh, I've got no grip in this car. Oh my god. That corner worse than the tank. I wonder what tyres I've got on this thing. I might have sports tyres on it, and if that's the case, that might explain that. That was a terrible first corner. How not to take a lap of the Apricot Hill? This is how you do it. Or should I say this is how you don't do it. This thing's almost drifting at the moment. This is not the level of grip that I'm used to finding. Fiona, the date in this game, it basically runs off its own calendar. It's not tied to the actual calendar on the system. Yeah, Andy, I'm not seeing a VX220 for a long time either. Remember, it was the poster car for Metropolis Street Racer on the Sega Dreamcast. So that's a pretty decent car. It was essentially like a cheap version of a Lotus Elise. I think actually Lotus might have been ones responsible for tuning the chassis actually, because Lotus did a lot of work for Vauxhall. If anyone remembers the absolutely insane Lotus Carlton from the early 1990s, which could outpace the BMW M5. Yeah, this is a bit more like it now. I actually got an idea what I'm doing. So for those of you who are wondering, by the way, I'm playing this on PC using PC SX2, and I've upgraded it to 4K. Now obviously I can't stream in 4K, but that's why the assets look so clean. I say, it almost looks like an early PlayStation 3. I never noticed those flags fluttering in the past, for example. On the original PS2, I never noticed the flags actually waving in the wind. That's a brilliant detail. You had a Peugeot 205, did you, Naomi? Good car, actually, the Peugeot 205. It was one of the early hot hatches, along with the Ford Escort XR3i. The, what was the other one that was really popular? The Citroen AX. That was another one that was really popular. Sadly, they did also kind of like kill off the great British sports cars like the Jensen Healey and cars of that kind. The car that Dad could basically take kids to school and on the way back go through the country road and start pretending he was 18 all over again. Yeah, but my dad didn't do that in the Vauxhall Nova. Oh, no, 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 no. Absolutely not. It was a lilac Vauxhall Nova, by the way. Just if I couldn't make it any more more conspicuous as a car. Ah, that's a good shout there, Andy. Yeah, the AX GT was a rocket, whereas the regular AX wasn't quite the same. Yeah, it's like with the Escort, isn't it? If you got like a regular Ford Escort, decent car, but if you had like an XR3 or an XR3i, they were just so much faster. Had so much more power and more poise in the corners. Boy racers absolutely loved them. With good reason, they were good cars. They made a load of noise, they fizzed and they banged, and they were absolutely horrible for fuel consumption. But did you have a big smile on your face when you drove one? Oh, yes, you did. That's true, actually, Avian. Yeah, a lilac Vauxhall Nova, you're not going to miss that in the crowd. That is going to stand out. You're definitely not going to miss that in a parking space. Oh, yes, now you're talking my language, Andy. The Volkswagen Scirocco, the Toyota Celica. Oh, yes, now we're talking. Now you're talking my language. Oh, nice, you still got the 205. Oh, that's brilliant, Naomi. I tell you what, if you kept that in good condition, that'll be worth a fair few nick now. Old cars like that have appreciated in value really, really well. Avian. It's likely the midlife crisis. Don't tell him I said that live on the internet. I am British. I'm having a midlife crisis myself, so it's kind of like putting my own shade on things. We can blame Volkswagen for killing British cars. Yes, well, we don't need much excuse to blame the Germans for any of our shortcomings in England. It's one of the oldest rivalries that goes back to, like, the 1800s, I think. But there we go. That was a race victory in the pocket. Apparently got 6 A-spec points for that. I don't know why. I'm loving the low-res pictures of the cars here, though. They haven't upscaled. You can't upscale those. You can't upscale those catchers. Yeah, sports soft. They had sports tyres on. That's why I was struggling for grip. For some strange reason in Gran Turismo 4, until you get racing tyres, they have no grip. I don't know why. Avian. I know it forgives the age. I'm still denying that I'm in my 40s. I'm at the very first year of the 40s, I admit, but I'm still denying it. Oh, Naomi, yes. The 1970s killed British cars, Andy. You're not wrong, because there's the strikes. If you want to see a brilliant... There's an old documentary that was made around the year 2000 called What Killed the British Car Industry. And it has an interview where they get a load of former workers from what's known as Longbridge, which was the big car production factory for British Leyland. You had, like, you know, the guy who was a showroom exec, people who worked in the paint shop, people who were doing the trucking, exec managers, and they all come out with stories where you just like, that really happened? You guys did that? It's absolutely insane. Avian, I'm at the point now where I'm going to start switching the numbers of my age round. This year I'm 4, next year I'm 14. The year after that I'm 24. And then the year after that I'm 34. I'm doing that for the first few years. That's the way I'm doing it. It's no, a trick one of my old mates told me. I say my old mate, I've not seen him for a few years, that's why I say that. 21 still, Naomi, that's the straight... I'll do the Alice Cooper approach, 18 till you die. That's the way to do it. Ronnie James Dio said it best. He said age is just a number, and he's not wrong. You can be an old farce at 22, and you can be a young sprightly at 92. All depends on your mentality. Get out of my way, Lotus Elise. Move. I'm in a JDM Legend. Get your untuned British sports car out of my way. Oh, bugger. I paid too much attention to the chat and drove into the sand like an idiot. Oh! Oh! I've now got a Vauxhall badge tattooed to my spine as a result of that. I've been rear end shunted. Now, which articles did you write about the Mega Drive, Fiona? I'm curious. I've still got a Mega Drive that works, an original one. I've also got a Mega Drive Classic, but I actually have the original Mega Drive Mega CD. Yes, you have that song in your head, Avian, and you're welcome, because it's a brilliant song. By the way, this car here, the Renault Clio V6, for some strange reason, between 1999 and 2004, racing game developers kept trying to push this as one of the big cars, and I never understood why. It wasn't fast, it wasn't cheap, and it wasn't desirable. Why did game developers do it? I've never understood it. Hey, Fiona, if you carry your age well, keep on rocking it is my advice. I've been told I carry my age well, to be fair. When I told people at work last year I was 40, they were all like, pissed off. None of them believed me. Despite the fact that I've got white whiskers in my beard and I've started getting the old silver streak on the left side of my temple. What sponsors, Queen? What are you talking about? What sponsors? Say, this car, if I had better tyres on it, it'd be absolutely a joy to drive. It's still a joy to drive now, admittedly, because it's one of my favourite cars, the R34 Skyline. I absolutely love it. So you might be wondering why I've got Get Ready to Drive over my steering wheel, by the way. The reason for that is the way I'm playing the game. That text never goes away, despite the fact I'm driving. Ah, now I get you. Yeah, they did it because of sponsors. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, Renault were like, promote our car. And I'd have been like, no. I've not quite got the Grey Fox look going for me. I'm not a cyborg ninja who can flip around the scene. As anyone who saw the Metal Gear Solid playthrough will be able to tell you. That's Grey Fox. I'm not even close. I can't even do a simple jump, let alone like a sideways cartwheel without unassisted. Speaking of Silver Fox though, years ago there was a mountain bike brand aimed at kids called the Silver Fox. I remember it being promoted on an old TV show I went on years ago called Head to Head. It was one of the star prizes, and even as a kid I'm like, why would I want to say I've got a Silver Fox? Or to say I ride a Silver Fox? Why would I want to do that? That makes no sense. And by the way, no, I don't have footage of my appearance on that TV show. Though YouTuber Larry Bundy Jr., aka Guru Larry, has got footage on his channel. We actually had a chat about the studio and everything. I wish I could get access to the footage of mine, because I've never actually seen it. Even as a kid I never saw it. For those of you who want more context about what Head to Head was, it was essentially like, it was a 10-minute filler short program made for a now defunct Sky channel called the Children's Channel. And essentially the way it was that you agreed to go on and play another kid at a game, but you were never told what game you were going to get. You'd get there and there'd be a game, and it might be one you've played a million times or one you'd never played at all. And I went there and there were two games. One of them was Sonic 3 and the other was a brilliant boxing game called Greatest Heavyweights. I absolutely annihilated everyone at the boxing game. I was annihilating the crap out of everybody. Guess who was entered into the lot to play the Sonic game and never touched? This guy. Eliminated first time I even set foot on screen. Exactly, Avian, yes. No, you don't want to be saying that in public, especially when you're a child. Just no. Absolutely no. Oh, wow. Ugh. They reference Death Club 7 song in a Mario Party game. That in a Mario Party review, that doesn't make sense. Nah. It's lame, that. I'm sorry. Ah, Naomi, if those Mega Drives are still with you, mate, get them back. They'll be worth a lot of cash. You want them. Get them back in your collection. Right, we're going to Seoul in Korea for the next race. You could say the stream has soul. That's right, Andy. Yep, Violet Berlin hosted head-to-head. That's exactly right. If you ever go check out Guru Larry's channel, you can find it, and it actually has. She hosted it, complete with her amazing punk look that she had. You know, with that spiky blonde hair. I met her. She was absolutely lovely. She was amazing. That was the highlight of that day, by the way. Meeting Violet Berlin. She was brilliant. Say, the only footage I've seen of it is on Guru Larry's channel. I've not seen any footage anywhere else because it was a show that was, it was broadcasting. When would it have been? 92, 93? I think it was 93. Yeah, because I was in my first year of high school, so it would have been 93. So the day of school, and at school, like, where were you? And I went, we had a special appointment. An appointment in London with TV cameras, but it was in London, it was an appointment. So we're out on the streets of South Korea. And this circuit, by the way, I believe was an inspiration for the Azerbaijan F1 circuit. Take the map for this circuit and put it next to the circuit map for the Azerbaijan Formula 1 layout. They are very, very close. Or Baku, as it's more commonly referred to, but it's Azerbaijan. By the way, have you noticed, if you look into the rear view mirror, there is almost no rendering of the back of the circuit. So this really weird high-res view of the road and pixelated blocks for everything else. It's like they've hybridized the PS3 and the PS1. That's what it looks like. Oh, a bit too wide there. I had a BMX, Naomi. They were amazing. BMXs were awesome. Yeah, so going back to the boxing game and how I was able to obliterate it, I found a little exploit. Basically, if you played as either Evander Holyfield or Muhammad Ali, if you jabbed someone in the ribs, you could then immediately switch to the other arm and just keep hitting them in the head, and they'd get stunned, and you could hit them again and just keep stun locking them and knock them down and win by TKO. That's how I was annihilating everyone. Absolutely beat the crap out of them all. Yes, even as a kid, I was stun locking opponents to get victory. Yeah, things never change. That's amazing, Fiona. You managed to win a trophy for beating people at a Mario Kart tournament. That's fantastic. Say, kart racing games I never really got on with. I like the concepts of them, but I just don't. I much prefer the sim racing side of it, to be honest. I do like certain arcade games, like the Outrun games. I absolutely adore Outrun, but I don't. The kart games, for some reason, I just don't click with them, and I don't know why. I did last year at Play Expo go on stage and play Mario Kart 8 up against 3 random strangers, which was fun. Dressed as Alice from Shin Megami Tensei. You know, that was an interesting one. Alice throwing green and red shells at her opponents. Yeah, actually, it's quite funny, Avian. I was East End fugging it, literally in the East End of London. So that's where, I think that maybe that's where, after all these years, I've realised where that's come from. It's because I literally was East End fugging in the East End back in the 1990s. I asked everyone to die for me that weekend, Avian. Oh, Micro Machines. Yes, Andy, that was a lot of fun. Micro Machines, absolutely brilliant. Micro Machines 2 was my favourite Turbo Tournament. I didn't... 96 was not bad, and Military was a major letdown, but 2 Turbo Tournament, I absolutely adored that. That was fantastic. The original game was okay, but it was like, you could clearly tell it was only the beginning phase. It definitely found its stride with the second game. Although I still don't understand why they took the boats out of the bath and put them in the river. That made no sense. The idea of being like tiny toy cars, like messing around in someone's bathtub, made more sense than actually literally going upriver. That coffee was just on the edge of being drinkable. And I don't like wasting coffee. That is a crime in my book. It is a crime to waste coffee. No point watching the replay, you all saw it live. And so I do apologise for the tiny little screen glitch on the right hand side. That's unfortunately a byproduct of the way I'm playing the game. I can't do anything about that. Micro Machines Avian was based on the toys. Codemasters made it. In fact, what was really cool was on the Sega Mega Drive, they created something which was genius. Back in the day, if you wanted to play more than 2 players on a console, you had to get what's known as a multi-tap, where you put a port into the second port, which then had extra joypad ports to plug your joypads into. What Codemasters came up with was something called the J-Cart, which was introduced on Micro Machines 2, but then also featured on many other games like Brian Lara Cricket and a few other things. And what they did was they actually put controller ports into the cartridge, so you could play 4-player games without a multi-tap in 1995. It was absolutely genius. One of the most overlooked innovations of that generation. It's such a shame it never caught on. So where we are in the Nissan Skyline. I say, Fiona, I'm glad that you got to the semi-final of that tournament, but I'll be honest, that particular convention I don't want anything to do with. I once stage announced for them without knowing a lot more about them, and once I found out some things that were going on behind the scenes, I disavowed all knowledge of them, and I don't promote them. I don't want to say why, because it's a massive controversial topic, and I don't want to derail the stream. If you want to know more, you can Google it. There's plenty of evidence out there, that's all I'm going to say. Ooh, is that a TVR? That's an old TVR. It's in this. Oh! It's an old TVR that I've just crashed into the back of. Twice, 3, 4 times. Get your slow car out of my way. I'm in a racing car. Move. Yes, you could. You could do it on Micro Machines 2 as well, Andy. And it was weird. The cars never stopped accelerating. One person used the D-pad. They could turn left or right and hold down to use brake. And then the second person used the A, B and C buttons. A to go left, C to go right, and B to brake. It was weird. You can't. If you go to Play Expo, they do actually normally set one up for it. They actually have one set up to do it. It's a shame that they don't do like live streams of people playing it. I'd love to see like a load of ooh, I got a bit overconfident there. That would have been a crash. If there was damage on this game, that would have been an instant retirement. Oh, now Naomi, I take that very, 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 very seriously. How dare you associate glitches with me? What have those poor glitches done to deserve that? You need to put an unreserved apology in the chat for that right now. Those poor glitches, their feelings must be absolutely crushed by that comparison. Those poor glitches and all their use, and you're comparing them to someone as useless as me. You should be ashamed of yourself. I tell you what, Andy, if you celebrate 8-player Play Expo for Micro Machines, if anyone had access to an OSSC or a FrameMeister, I'd happily stream it. It'd be so much fun. It's not a burn if you roast yourself, guys. If you roast yourself, no one else can roast you. That's my top tip for YouTubers. The fact that I've even dared to call myself a YouTuber is like the biggest affront in history. The likes of Markiplier and PewDiePie and Pokimane would be absolutely offended by that. With very good reason. Very, very good reason. Naomi, you're probably not wrong, actually. The production cost is likely what ended up eradicating them. It was a shame. As I say, Sega were known for liking to take risks on the console, and it would have been great if they'd have done more with it. I do like to think, though, that seeing that kind of innovation is what pushed Nintendo with the N64 and Sega with the Dreamcast to actually put 4 controller ports on the front of the console and actually make it more native. Because multi-taps, they should have died years before they did. Even the PlayStation 2 needed a multi-tap. That's one thing the Sega Dreamcast and the N64 had above their next generation counterpart. Instant 4-player playability. So I've absolutely obliterated this competition. This car is totally unfair. The thing about Gran Turismo is on certain tracks they have like free entry where you can run anything. You can turn up in like a Le Mans prototype against like VW Polos and Nissan Cubes, and they just don't have a hope. They absolutely don't. Yeah, that's right, Avian. The GameCube did have 4 ports. It came after the N64, so Nintendo kept that alive. Let's say the thing about the N64, Andy, is the only thing that made it awful was the fact that they stuck with cartridges, and it meant that games developers really struggled to be able to get games onto it. I still absolutely applaud the guys who ported Resident Evil 2 to the N64. They somehow had the complete game. Okay, the second ending song wasn't there, and there was one voice line that was incorrect, but everything else was there. Somehow they made it work, and I massively applaud them for it. And you only have to look at the likes of Conker's Bad Fur Day, the likes of GoldenEye, the likes of Donkey Kong 64, Mario 64. There were some tremendous titles for the N64. Well, again, because it was cartridges, the games were too low capacity and too high production cost. And that's what robbed them in that generation. Double Dash on the GameCube. Was Double Dash ported to later consoles? I got the feeling it might have been ported to Wii. But I don't know if it did. That's the only issue. I've no way of knowing. And so the final test in the Clubman Cup, and then we will move on to another challenge. I want to actually get some new things from my muscle car, because I'd like to do the old muscle car championship. And we're at Deep Forest. A circuit that's actually still in Gran Turismo 5, this one, Deep Forest. It has a minor modification to it, but most of the circuit is as it was. Kazunori Yamuchi calls it his favourite circuit, I don't know why. I'd much rather be driving Special Stage Route 11, but that's not in this game. It was in GT1 and GT3, but it's not in GT4. But I mean, for a game that was released 18 years ago, yes, that's right, 18 years ago, this game upscales absolutely beautifully, to the point, as I say, it's almost like an early PlayStation 3 title. They could literally, do a modern port of this if they wanted to. Of course, I don't think they would, because the car licenses would be an issue. Yeah, we're going off-roading, people. Oh, that S2000 smacked me into the side. The Honda S2000 driver knows me a massive insurance premium. Talking about potato chip alternatives, my favourite are ones you can get in the UK called lentil chips. They're absolutely Moorish as anything. They're surprisingly not that unhealthy either. They contain decent amounts of salt, but not too much. And because they're made from lentils, they've got a lot of natural protein in them. So I like the... Oh. I very nearly went into the Gran Turismo 7 layout then and carried on to the hairpin corner. The hairpin that doesn't exist in this game. Oh, nice drift. We went in full JDM mode then. Oh, they do them in Canada, do they? Excellent. Want to come to Canada for Anime North? That's my snack sorted out. Fantastic. They're 100% vegan, they're healthy, and they're relatively cheap. So I'll be buying them by the bucket load. Oh, we've gone wide again. No idea how to take that corner. I really recommend them. They're very, very tasty. At least the ones here in the UK are. I've not tried the Canadian variant. Yeah, the sports tyres, you can hear them letting go as they're halfway through the corner. No, Andy, I haven't been to Canada. It's going to be my first time there. I'm going for the Anime North convention. I meant to go in 2020, but a certain thing stopped the world. I can't remember what it was called now. And meant that I had to cancel the whole trip. So it's been 3 years in the making. I've been determined to get there, and this year it's going to happen. I am coming. Much to the dismay of every Canadian in the world, but that's their problem, not mine. So have you been out there at all, Andy? I'm curious because I've never been. I've done the USA, but I've not done Canada. I was a bit wide at the apex there, but we still got around the corner. It's not like I'm under threat for the race victory here in this car. I can't get that corner right at all. That's the third time in a row I've gone off there. The stewards will be like putting up a big thing saying, car number 22, SS Wishbone, under investigation, track limits. Ah, it's Toronto where I'm going, Andy. So that's awesome. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. As I say, I was looking forward to it in 2020, but as I say, a certain thing got in the way. I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be awesome. Everything is pretty much booked. The only thing that's not booked now is my taxi from the airport, my taxi to Pearson Airport on the way back home, I think. That's pretty much the only thing I've not got booked. Oh yeah, I'm a hotel in the UK for the night before my flight. I need to do that at some point. Avian, if you finally found a way to keep the K9 away from your snacks, then that's amazing. Yay, there we go. So I do love those low-res models of the cars on the results screen. They are so 1990s PS1 era. There's a charm to it though when you think about it. It's like it has a charming look. So that's the Clubman Cup one. Do we get a prize? Let's find out. Congratulations, you get a Mazda Speed 6. That'll be quite a decent mid-level car, actually. That, to be fair, if there's any tournaments that have like power restrictions, that could be a good one. Ah, Niagara, yes, Andy, I've heard all about that. That's one of the things that I would love to do. I love waterfalls and everything else, anyway. So I'd love to definitely check that out. Now, what I want to do quickly is go back to my garage, because I want to take advantage of my S license job, because I want to get myself an old American muscle car. Yeah. Because I want to take on the muscle car championship. But I'm going to need to make some changes before I can do that. So let's go to the USA so I can tune up my car. There we are, Mercury. Oh, it actually has a club, but let's see what's in the classics. Yeah, see, that's the only car, and you can't buy it. You get it from the S license, that's the only way you can get this car. At least I believe it's the only way you can get it. It might turn up occasionally in the, what's its face? Trying to think now. It might turn up in the used car. Absolutely not. We're not having medium tyres, we're having softs. I want better tyres. I get the feeling I can't use racing tyres in this tournament, but one thing I do need is I need a new gear change. I need a fully customizable transmission. There's one feature of this car that you need to change from memory in order to do well in the old American Muscle Car Championship. And as I've got 600,000 credits, I might as well complete the set for this car. I'm probably not going to use it, but I'll upgrade it anyway. The circuit car racers from Yakuza 0? Which ones are they? Are you on about the RC cars ones? Because they're... I don't know how they'd be that exciting to watch, unless there's another minigame that I'm not aware of. Right. Let's spend 70 grand on upgrading the engine. I don't think I'm going to need to do that. I get the feeling this should be enough. It's more the gearbox and the tyres that you need, I believe. But if I quickly go to American events... Muscle car. Yep, up to 1980. Oh, any car is permitted, but you need standard or sports tyres. Tell you what then. I'm just going to quickly go and do an NA tune. But I'm not going to put a full stage 3 in. I'm not going to make it ridiculous. Because it's only got sports tyres, if I've got too much power, all I'm going to do is spin in circles. So I'll put an NA tuning stage 1. Ah, that's fair enough, Queen. Yeah, maybe I'll do it at some point then. And I'll also get a port polish. Yes, this is the only downside to this. You have to wait for the progress bars to crawl along. And eventually, you're there. Get the engine balancing done. And finally, we will also fit a computer chip. I do find it strange you can fit like a computer chip on a 1967 car, which is an analog machine. It kind of doesn't make sense when you think about it, but because it wouldn't have an ECU. Hearing me talking about tyres, it makes me sound like I know all this. Exactly, Neil. It doesn't make sense that they have them, does it? It's like, you know, cars, but old Fords and old like Pontiacs and Mustangs and Dodge Chargers. I'm pretty sure it didn't have computers on board back in the day. But then again, this is a modern modification, so maybe it's making it modernised. I don't know. So let's see what the grid's going to be. We've got a Pontiac GTO from 1964, very nice. A Chevy Camaro from Z28 from 69, that's nice. A Chevrolet Camaro SS from 69, awesome. A Corvette Stingray, oh, that's a beauty. And a Chevelle SS, nice. This will be quite fun. Yeah, look at that. We're on the streets of New York, and isn't that a sight to see? Look at that. A fleet of old American muscle cars. What a thing of beauty. That is a thing of absolute beauty. Oh, there's one thing I forgot to do. I deliberately fitted my gearbox. Right, I'm going to have to exit. I'm going to have to exit for a reason. I believe you can make donuts in the dirt, but I don't know why you'd want to. The reason I've quit the race is because I've been an absolute clot. I did something to help my car, and I forgot to actually fit the damn thing. Give me a second, I'll show you exactly what I'm on about. So, I mentioned before about the need for modifying the gearbox in terms of this car. You saw that I topped out at a very, very low level. It was like 113 miles an hour. It's way too low. So what you want to do is when you've got the fully customizable transmission, click the little thing here, and you can see where it's got the thing. You see that little line where it's got the lines like that? That essentially is your gear ratios. What you want to do is make them longer. You want to make them a lot longer. That means now that the car will accelerate slower, but top out much higher speed. So let's try that again. And again, an absolute thing of beauty. It's like, oh, we've got a Dodge Charger RT in this race now. Nice. A 1968 Dodge Charger RT. I would love one of those. So the old American muscle cars, they can go left-ish and right-ish. And that's about it, really. They don't really turn. So this is New York, rendered in 2004, upscaled to 4K on the modern PC hardware. And you can feel the front end, the heavy engine block up front, as the weight, it just drags the car into the corner. So as you can see, I'm now at 3rd gear, and I'm already nearly 100 miles an hour, so I'm much higher top speed than I was before. But because I've not got the gear ratios too long, I should be able to top out at a decent level. But oh wow, the very heavy engine. It'll be about 7 litres of V8 and produce 300 horsepower. Because cars in this era did that. It's like 7 litres, 300 horsepower. Whereas in the UK we'd get like 600 horsepower from a 2 litre engine. But that's because we knew what we were doing with engines. American engines, to be fair, have got a lot more efficient over the years. And the great thing about these cars is because they had so many litres displacement, they were infinitely tunable. You could tune them to ridiculous levels. It's why you see people driving like old 1960s Dodge Chargers with 880 horsepower, because they have the ability to tune it. This car behind me is a rocket in a straight line, though. I'll give it that. Oh, very understeery there. Very understeery indeed. And now we're going around a roundabout in the USA. Yes, that's right. A roundabout exists in America. Yeah, Naomi, the suspension is like the biggest thing about old American cars. The suspension... Jeremy Clarkson once described the suspension of an old American car as like sharing a waterbed with a baboon that's been doused in itching powder. Where do you come up with a simile like that, by the way? Who on earth thinks of a simile like that? Back in the day, Fiona, I did used to watch Top Gear religiously. However, I stopped watching it around about 2015 because it started running out of steam. I did once while I was at Play Expo in my hotel room. I put on my TV channel and it was showing one of the modern ones with, like, you know, what's it called? Andrew Flintoff, Paddy McGuinness and Chris, whatever his name is. It just felt like a pale shadow of itself. It wasn't anywhere near as funny, was nowhere near as interesting, had no charm, no style. It was bland. Very bland. You're not wrong, Andy. Clarkson's brain is very scary. Anyone who saw that recent article that he put out about a certain ex-member of the royal family, for example, is a great example of how his brain is scary. Oh, wow. That's insane, Amy. So they put a roundabout in Canada. It caused accidents because a truck decided, no, fuck this, I'm going through it. To be fair, that happened in Rotherham in the 1980s when people tried driving Robin Reliance around the roundabouts. They all kept flipping on the roofs, so they just started going over them. And to be fair, if you see a mini roundabout in the UK, most of the time they get ignored and cause accidents all the time. Me and a friend who used to do a lot of motor insurance claims used to have to deal with that, mopping up that shit. I don't miss that very much. Yep, so you can see the Shelby Cobra, very, very nice car. But we were miles ahead of anybody. Oh, ironically, one of my fellow Mercury Cougars was in the race and was way slower. Yeah, thing of beauty seeing the old American muscle cars in a fleet like that. That's amazing. 3,000 credits for that race. That's all we get. That's our reward, people. Scant reward, but worth it. It's true, Andy. Yeah, Andy Woolman was one of the unsung heroes for the reason for that show's popularity. If you go back and watch an even older series, which you can find on YouTube, by the way, in its entirety, called Motor World, you can really see where the modern Top Gear came from. Especially if you watch like the episode on Detroit, the episode in Tokyo, and the episode in Cuba. Those 3 episodes in particular, you can really see where the DNA for what the show came from began. Well worth watching if you've not checked them out, by the way, people. Oh, I'm the same, Naomi. If I had one of these cars, I would be going on a country road and I would be cruising. In fact, up near me there's a brilliant driving road that goes up through the hills over between Hebden Bridge and Keighley. I'd love to take an old American car up there. It'd be brilliant. It'd be scary, but it'd be brilliant. Doesn't surprise me that South Park made fun of royal couples. They make fun of everyone in South Park, to be fair. Oh, beautiful. A Shelby GT500 Mustang. Oh, what a thing of beauty that is. And there's a Plymouth Cuda Superbird. Do you want to know why, by the way? Do you want to know why that spoiler is so high on the Plymouth Cuda Superbird? It's not for downforce reasons. It's so you can open the trunk. That's actually true. The reason that spoiler on the Plymouth Cuda Superbird is so high is so you can fully open the trunk. Oh wow, Evan, that's awesome if you manage to see an old parade of old cars, like Cuban cars. It's amazing to keep them going. In the episode of Motorworld about on Cuba, they actually meet a guy who shows how they make brake fluid in Cuba. It's the most terrifying thing in the world. It is the example of making something from nothing I've ever seen. It's ridiculous. Oh, yes, Andy. Oh, what was that called? At Full Throttle, I think it was called. I think that's on YouTube, ironically. I think he fires like, you know, anti-tank rounds at it, and then literally drives a tank over it. And for those of you who don't know the Yugo, it's a horrendous car. It featured in the legendary cop comedy movie starring Dan Aykroyd and Tom Hanks, Dragnet. They took the piss out of it with good reason. It was a horrific car. It was called the Yugo because it was made in Yugoslavia. That's the reason it was called the Yugo. Yeah, Clarkson Unleashed on Cars. That's it. That's the one, Andy. Yep, that's the one. Clarkson Unleashed on Cars. That's what it's called. It's not just they weren't allowed to import cars, Avian. It's but literally the American government closed trade entirely. The only people they traded with were the Russians. So they couldn't import not only cars, but they couldn't import parts. So they literally had they were there driving like 1950s Chevrolet Corvairs, and they were like making like fuel pipes out of garden hoses and things like that. It's ridiculous. I've never even heard of that show, Andy. Drowning Mona makes me think of something else, and it fills me with a lot of smiles, doesn't it, Queen? Doesn't it, Avian? The concept of Drowning Mona. There was certainly a point where I wanted to do that, wasn't there? Oh, I'm not getting flashbacks to Persona 5 Rail Stream now. Oh, no. I'm not getting wish fulfillment right now, at all. Oh, that's awesome if you've been there, Avian. That sounds fantastic. As I say, I mean, you can get there now. I think the cold trade deals have actually warmed up, and they're actually doing full trade now. But I remember when at one point celebrities were being criticised for it. I think the reason the Fast and the Furious 8 shot in Cuba was it was one of the first films that got full permits after the trade deals ended. They say cheap budgets can sometimes make the best things in the world. Some of the most iconic music videos were made on a budget of nothing. Look at Robert Palmer's Addicted to Love. Look at Wild Thing. Look at the Beastie Boys with stuff like Intergalactic. You can do amazing stuff with practically no budget if you know what you're doing. And yes, Avian, that's right. The hundreds of let's go to bed. Let's go to bed. Shut up, I'm not let's go to bed. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'd love to have drowned Mona at that point. So now we're going round the streets of Seattle in a circuit that I don't think has been back since this game, unless it featured in Gran Turismo on the PlayStation Portable, maybe. It's possible it appeared there. We've got a Pontiac GTO from 64, a Dodge Charger Super Bee from 71, very nice. A fellow Mercury Cougar, a Chevrolet Camaro Z28, and finally a Shelby Cobra. Fantastic. A lot of the older cars, maybe, and I'm not surprised if they're gone because they were jury rigged to death to be able to keep going. I don't understand why my car sounds like it's got a turbo in it when I naturally aspirated it. I don't understand why I've got a turbo engine. It don't make sense to me, that. Also, I don't know if you noticed then, but did you hear how the wind died down out of nowhere? That's because this game does something that most games in the modern era don't do. It simulates how the wind stills when you get behind another car, and you actually have less wind resistance. Yes, you can slipstream in modern games, of course you can, but you don't actually get the simulation of the sound. Now I feel like I'm back in the Dukes of Hazzard, or in what's that? Bullet. That was it. Yeah, Bullets. I feel like I'm back in Bullet. No, Morgana will not be the name of my first kitty. My first kitty will be called Show if I have my way. I have a plan of getting 7 kitties named after all my best girls from Danganronpa. Sho, Junko, Ibuki, Akane, Kamaru, and Angie. I want a fleet of kiddies. I say that now, but I don't want to do all the litter jobs or feed them all, and all the expenses, so it's not going to happen anytime soon. Mainly because my property's still not 100% right for kitties to run around wild in, but I will make it at some point. I know if I was going to have any cat that I'd say Nyan Nyan to, it'd be Ferris, of course. Although that'd be a bit too close to being like Daru, so I don't want to do that. Oh god, this car can turn leftish and rightish. It's got almost no grip. I do like this circuit actually. It's a shame it was never upgraded beyond GT4. It'd be nice to see it done with more like buildings and more rendering, because it's a nice contrast, especially with the jumps. It'd be a different kind of challenge to most of the modern GT players. Oh, that's cool, Fiona. Yeah, if you're planning to get a kid, you can name it after Ratchet. I can understand why. That's pretty awesome. But no, I do like. I'd say this car's quite pleasant to drive. Surprisingly, it's quite a pleasant car to drive. And so I do like the detail on some of these back areas, like you know the freeway flyover to the right there. It's beautifully rendered given the age of the console and the platform it was on. They put a lot of detail into this game. Some of the textures look very flat. Don't get me wrong, and the crowd are as static as a bunch of dolls, but it still looks great. It has a lot of charm to it. I don't know why, but the PS2 era graphics, ever since I saw Persona 4 Golden re-upscale for the PC on Steam, I've realised that they do actually age very well. I thought they'd look absolutely horrible, but smoothed out and put into 1080p, they actually do look great. There's a charm to them that you don't see in the more plastic models from the modern era. Oh, that's cool, Evian. If you get dogs, you want Coco, Gidget, and Biscuit. Well, where's Gidget from? I mean, I doubt you got Coco from Crash Bandicoot for Crash's sister, but stranger things have happened, I suppose. There we go. So now, I think that's the third and final race, so we might get a prize car here. What are we going to get? A Plymouth Cuda Superbird. Yeah, look at that. The funny thing is, you would actually have an unrestricted view from the rear view mirror with that, because you'd be able to see through it. I think other road users hate following you, though, to be fair. Other road users, I think you're being a little too obtrusive. And we've now got Twin Mategi into the World Circuits, which is awesome. That's absolutely brilliant. Right, switching to another car. Let's try... Oh yeah, by the way, here's a car that I got from the license tests. The year of manufacture there is wrong. This car stopped being made in the year 1982. I don't know why it says 2004. The last time that car was made was in 1982. Also, if you want to see a really old car, look at this. How's that for a classic? That's a proper nice looking car. Ah, so it's from The Secret Life of Pets. Right, that makes more sense now. Right, okay, let's go and do another race in the... Let's go and see if we can do one more in the A license area, in the pro events. No, it's not as old as the 1915 one. You're not wrong. Ooh, right. World Compact Car, the Supercar Festival. And then there's the Gran Turismo World Championship, which I definitely don't want to do. Classic Car Series. Out of curiosity, will my American muscle car qualify up to 1970? Oh, the winning prize is 50 grand. Okay, we're doing this. We're doing a classic muscle car tournament. Up to 1970. My Mercury Cougar XR7 qualifies absolutely perfectly. You like the S500, do you, Mandy? It's a beautiful car. Absolutely gorgeous. Standard or sports tyres, that's fine. My car qualified. So we actually got a championship. So it's a full championship, this one, people. And I'm expecting this to be a bit more of a challenge, depending on what cars show up. If we get any, like, there's one car, if it shows up, I'm going to quit straight away. And it hasn't, that's fine. Oh, I actually, no, it might have done. My concern is that Buick Special from 1962. If that car is what I think it is, this championship might not be possible to win. But look at some of the cars we've got here. We've got a Nissan Skyline, fine. A Citroen 2CV. Why? A Chevrolet Corvette, classic. The Buick Special, which I'm concerned about, and then the Lotus Elan. But first of all, I'm going to actually practice on this, because this allows us to qualify. So here we are, we're in the pits. And by the way, this circuit here, I've actually been. I was at this circuit in 2015. I watched the World Endurance Championship here, when Audi, Toyota and Porsche were representing the LMP1 class. I saw drivers like Mark Webber, I saw drivers like Anthony Davidson, I saw drivers like Kazuki Nakajima, and it was amazing. It was such great fun. I also want all of you to keep an eye out for the world's least accurate rendition of Mount Fuji. Tell me if you can spot it. Oh, nope. No grip there. That's not the fastest way around that corner. That's not a way to get around that corner quickly, people. That does not work. I have sat in the grandstand there on that corner, on the banks, watching the cars into this hairpin. Your pop is like absolutely ixnay on a dog named Buttercup. What's wrong with Buttercup? Buttercup's one of the best Powerpuff Girls. Now the question, this will be a good test of where my gear ratios are, because this is a really, really long straight, and you want to top out near the braking zone. Yeah, the gear ratios, if anything, it might be a bit long, but that's fine, but I'm going to need to brake about here. Now I could have braked a little later than that, but not by much. Buttercup made him think of a cow. I can kind of understand it, I suppose, but not really. I've not met all the drivers in person, no, but I did actually meet a few drivers in the support paddock, basically for the Porsche GT Cup. Couple of young guys and their mechanics. I actually have a photo on my Facebook of me in the pit paddock for the Le Mans race when I was there in 2013, and I'm actually there with all the like teams and the Porsches around me. It was amazing. It was really nice. So I'm one of those people. I try not to bother people when they're at weekends like this. You don't want to be that person who's hounding a driver who's focused on potentially winning a championship. I saw quite a few people try it, and it just always rubbed me the wrong way. I'd much rather let them be their own thing and get on with it. Oh, I'm going to steal a slipstream from this 2CV. Yeah, goodbye, mate. You've got no hope in this race. That car does not have a hope. So the question is, has that got me near the front of the grid? It has. It's got me ahead of the Buick Special, which is important. The problem is it's going to be a grid start, and I get the feeling I'm going to be outclassed off the line, but we'll see. Now you see, that's an American muscle car start right there, people. Start trying to dig your way through the road rather than actually taking it on the track. Yep, poor grip there, but we managed to get through it, so that's fine, no problem. No worries, Fiona. Say if you need to go and watch something else, that's absolutely fine. They say the archive streams are there for a reason. You want to check them out, they'll be on the Let's Play playlist probably sometime mid-tomorrow. They usually upload overnight. I say, I'm one of these people, I don't ever demand my audience give an explanation why they have to leave. If you need to leave, you go away and you enjoy. So I've seen quite a few streamers that get really agitated, like, oh, I'm not getting any support tonight, what are you all doing? My response is, people have lives, let them get on with it. Oh, I got away with that, but I don't know how. I expected that Buick to blast past me then. I expected that Buick to absolutely flay me alive in terms of straight line speed. I'm not complaining though, it's a good thing. Problem is that this car, even with sports soft tyres on, it's really struggling for grip. Because it has so much rear wheel power. Getting the power down is difficult. I'm hoping to, Andy, but it's not been announced yet, has it? I did last year's. Oh yeah, I'm getting drafted here. Oh, what the? Okay, draft me and then smack me up the backside rather than try to overtake me. Okay. That's a tactic, I suppose. It might work, especially if I go off the track like that. He didn't even need to let me pull off the track. But yeah, so going back to Play Expo Blackpool, Andy, I don't think it's been announced yet, has it? And so I did last year's the whole weekend, so I would love to go back because I really enjoyed it. But again, I don't know if it's even happening. I get the feeling that's the one they're focusing on because it's the easiest one for them to run. The one in Manchester's kind of gone belly up since they went big at Central Plaza. They've never really been able to recover it. And Glasgow, I don't remember the last time they did Glasgow or London. I think Blackpool's what they're focusing on because it's easier. Yeah, it is usually during the Illuminations period. It's normally, I would say, around about Halloween period. It's normally during the October period. Sometimes in November, but it's mostly October. I'm going to have to settle for second place here. There's nothing I can do. I can't catch him up. Unless I make a massive draft gain. Which is possible, but I doubt it. I'm too far behind to get the draft here, I think. Unless that 2CV's kind of got in the way. We're actually going to lap the 2CV. That's hilarious. We've lapped the 2CV. Yeah. When I went off at the first corner, that was sealed. I was guaranteed to come second then. I did well to finish within 2 seconds having gone off at the first corner. The fact that we lapped one of the opponents in a 2-lap race is a joke. That is pathetic. That's absolutely pathetic. Yeah, as I say, if it's on, I'll do what I can to get there because I really enjoyed the last time I went, so I'd love to go again. As for Angels with Dirty Faces, I don't know about that song, Fiona, but I know obviously that was the movie that was featured in Home Alone. Right, this time I'm going to just go straight with the grid. I'm not going to bother qualifying for this one. I'm getting straight after that Buick. I am not messing around. Now you see, I think this is upscaled beautifully. If you look at that mountain face there, that looks really, really nice. That looks impressive. Other elements don't look as impressive, I admit, but that does. Oh, okay. If you're going to try and pump me off, wouldn't recommend it personally, but thank you anyway. Fiona, I think it's down to cost. I think it's simply down to cost for Manchester. I think that's the reason for it. Hosting it in Blackpool, they get a preferential rate. I think that's the reason. I mean, you can understand that events got to do what they can to survive. And I know that Central was an amazing venue and it was great, but you can definitely tell they went big on money and it just didn't quite come off for them. It's a shame because, again, we all had a great time there in 2019. It feels like years ago. Well, it is. But it feels like forever ago. But say the place I normally go to, Andy, if it's there, is a nice little place I know not too far from Blackpool North. I'll tell you, the place I stayed last year was awful. I stayed at an absolutely horrendous place. A place I'm never ever going back to. I knew I was in trouble when the owner of the hotel had to show me how to get hot water into my shower by running it for 5 minutes before I could get into the shower. I knew I was in trouble then. I'd say if Play Expo does happen, and I'm hoping to do one of my more flamboyant cosplays for it this year, but it depends on if the cosplay will arrive. And spoiler alert, if it does arrive, I'm hoping to bring it to Anime North. It is an anime cosplay. It's a classic anime cosplay as well. But it depends if it arrives. Yeah, 2019 was the BTC tournament, wasn't it? It was also where I did Leon Nar for the first time. We ended up looking more like Booker DeWitt from Bioshock rather than Leon from Resident Evil. Which is curious because I'd never played Bioshock at that point. I'd never played any of the games. People thought I was doing Booker. Well, I'm currently about 2 seconds clear of that Buick, so that's good. I've just got to keep it on the island. This circuit, El Capitan, by the way, never ever come back into the series after this game. It's its one and only entry, and it's a massive shame because I really like it. It's got a massive challenge with the undulating hills. It's got gorgeous scenery. It fuses old Italian rally stages and modern circuit design. It's a great track. I don't know why they haven't brought it back because it's such a challenge. Oh wow! So you went to a B&B that banned stag and hen do's and had CRTs. There's one. I'd say the place I normally go to is a bit like that. It doesn't have the CRT TVs. It's a little more modern than that, Andy. But it, again, doesn't allow stag do's, hen do's, or anything like that. It's purely a case of, this is for my guests, it will be very nice, and you will respect my rules. And the rules are very, very lackadaisical. Oh, I don't believe it. I'm going to lap the 2CV again. Why are you even here? Why are you even in this race? I could probably beat that car using that old using my Ford Model T Tourer. Look at that, a lap down after 2 laps. I say, if you've not been to Play Expo since then, Fiona, you have kind of missed out. They've been good, actually. They've still been good events. Although last year's was hilarious because there was such heavy rain. They actually had to have, like, bins in the middle of the event to catch water leaks. in a place full of a lot of electric arcade cabinets. Although I will say I was very disappointed at last year's Play Expo. They had a cabinet for Crazy Taxi with the sit-down racing bucket seat. I've never seen it in the UK. I went to play it. Didn't fucking work. All it did was play the demo. You couldn't start the game. I was furious. It was the one thing I've always wanted to play. It's the one cab I've always wanted to get my hands on. Now we're doing a full lap of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and we're doing it in a 1960s American muscle car. And look at that. Right. I'm actually being held up by the 2CV. The 2CV's so slow it can't even keep up on the parade lap. I've actually overtaken the 2CV before the race has even started. That's how slow that car is. Yep, get your Ford Anglia out of my way. I don't think it is a Ford Anglia, but it doesn't matter. It looks like one from behind. So this is the circuit I took the DTM car around in to get unlocked before Model T Tourer. I'm now back in an old American muscle car. Get out of my way, you slow Lotus driver. Well, to be fair, Lotus, my favourite character in Zero Escape. If you're interested in that, check out Queen 32 Chan's channel. She's done a brilliant Let's Play of that game. I'm up to part 7 now. I watched part 7 today, and Lotus was amazing. My MVP character. For those of you who've seen that game, you can probably guess why, to be fair. I'm kind of predictable. If you like games like Danganronpa and games of that nature, you'll love it. I'm going to need to brake soon. This car will not be able to take this corner flat like the DTM car did. Not on sports tyres, and not in a 1960s American muscle car. It ain't going to happen. But this is an absolute joy to drive this circuit. The pace in the car is just beautiful, and the challenge it offers, because it's such a tight circuit. It's massively undulating, it's got very limited reference points, and it's a circuit where you can easily spear off because of the challenge in the camber, as I've just proven. And it's a proper driver's circuit, this and the Circuit de la Sarthe, aka Le Mans, are the best circuits in this game. The Circuit de la Sarthe is quite a bit easier, but still an absolute classic. Now the question is, can I catch up that Buick? I've got half a lap to do it. Oh, that's good. They've done it up and got rid of the CRTs. Well, that gives you another reason to go. Take a micro console and you can plug that into the HDMI port at night. That's what I normally do. Take along like my PlayStation 1 Classic Mini or my Mega Drive Classic Mini. Am I going to be able to catch this guy up? That's the question. Can I catch him up? There is one thing I can do actually that might allow me to catch him quite easily, because I don't think the AI is going to do it. It's dirty and it's cheap. But then again, that 2CV cost me 3 seconds being stuck behind it at the start. Naomi, you'll have to catch me. I'm not pulling over. This isn't Need for Speed. Right, okay, he's now in sight. I am coming for you, bucko. Oh, major oversteer moment then. I almost drifted the car. Not something you should do in an old American muscle car. Don't try and drift them. This is definitely a lot of fun to drive. That's the thing about the Nürburgring that makes it great, is it doesn't matter what class of car you're driving. Any car you drive here feels like an absolute joy to drive. That's why people love it so much. oversteer. Not good. Now I've got understeer. Even worse. Right, chance to potentially catch up here. We're going to do it illegally, but we're going to give it a try. If I can make this work, then we're going to gain a load of time on him. If I can't make it work, then we're going to have to start for second place. You're supposed to go into the carousel. I say, bollocks to that. Let's go through there much faster than you can do by using the wall. Yeah, look at the difference that's made. Look at how much of the gap I've cut down by doing that. Is it legal? Well, the game doesn't stop you doing it, so the answer is yes. Is it sporting? Who cares about that? I'm in a race, I want to win. Would it see me disqualified in an online lobby? Yes. Am I in an online lobby? No. So this Buick's been beautifully tuned. It's given this Mercury a massive run for its money. But the championship is still on, because I don't believe it's a free race championship. I don't believe being the key word. I might be wrong. If you've gone wide, commit. Right, this is where you're going to need to brake here. You have to ride the curb and then go. It's almost like you're driving between a classic Formula 1 circuit and a rally stage, this. You have to be properly on it. And even when you're on it, sometimes you're still not quick enough. Now there's a chance, if I can get into the slipstream, I can catch him up. The question is, can I do it? If I can't, then it's no big deal. I can always rerun the championship. There's always next time. Drinking oolong tea, are you, Fiona? That's pretty cool. Not had that in years, oolong tea. Oh, it touched the grass. I thought the car was going to spin, but I got away with it. I thought I was just about to spin out then, but I got away with that. Right, okay. This is where I'm at the mercy of the game. How fast is his gearing? And how fast is mine? I think he's got longer gears. Yeah, I'm not catching him. I'm going 168 miles an hour in a car from 1967. Yeah, that's it. This race is over. It's done. Stick a fork in it. Unless he makes an absolute hash at the final corner. Even by cutting it like that, we're not catching him. Yep, he's already over the line. Disappointing. Very disappointing. Yeah, he ended up winning by quite a long distance then. I was kind of screwed over because at the start I was stuck behind the Citroen. That cost me loads of time, being stuck behind that, but he's ahead by 4 points. The question is, how many races are in the championship? I don't know. Now, that Buick Special is a very, very, very good car, from what I understand. It's almost overpowered, many people say, because it's more like a racing car rather than a traditional muscle car. Oh, the Côte d'Azur. We're racing around Monaco in 1960s cars. I'm qualifying here. I've not driven this track in this game for years. This is Monte Carlo in everything but name, to avoid being sued by Formula 1. It doesn't have the Formula 1 pit exit. There's a barrier there. Normally you go to the right. That's Sandoval. And then we go up the very, very steep Beau Rivage. Right in the centre of Monte Carlo. And now we're into the very annoying Massenet. Before we turn at what's part of normally a roundabout into Casino Square. Avoid the bump there by going to the right hand side, and then we're into Mirabeau 1, which is much tighter than it looks. And then we're coming down to the legendary Lowe's hairpin, which is one of the tightest corners in the world. Look how tight that is. It's ridiculous. Then we're into Potier 1. Aim out wide, and then cut back for Potier 2. Into the tunnel. The place where Michael Schumacher crashed out in 2006. Down a very steep drop into the Nouvelle Chicane, which in this game is a death chicane because it's got stone walls everywhere. Then we're into the very fat, very open tobacco corner, unless you're in these. Then we're into the swimming pool section. There was a quiz question about how do you know about the shortest coastlines, and you're like, there's a reason, I like motorsport. Into the Rascasse corner. Do you want to know why it's called Rascasse? Andy, you can probably answer this. And then we're into Anthony Noakes, and that is a lap of the Côte d'Azur. A track which debuted in Gran Turismo 3, actually. It was when it first appeared. It was the first real-world circuit outside of Laguna Seca, and it was the first that had Formula 1 heritage to it, I believe. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure it was. But this was the game where Gran Turismo arrived on the world stage, really, because it's where we started getting more real-world circuits. You had here, you had the Nürburgring, you had the Circuit de Sable at Le Mans, you had Fuji, you had Suzuka, Spa, Laguna Seca, Infineon. So there's a lot more circuits from real-world races. This is where Gran Turismo kind of left the fantastical simulation and entered much more realistic. Now, this is very, very tricky, this chicane. You got to try and aim to thread the needle like that. Get as close to the walls as you dare. And this layout's not really changed much in the modern era. There's not much that's really changed. The Nouvelle Chicane's been opened up a bit, but that's about all they've done to it, really. It's much tighter than it looks because, again, it's a city circuit. When Jeremy Clarkson did his episode of Motorworld, he did it on a Formula 1 weekend. And it was amazing because he actually found the drivers and started asking them about why they all live in Monaco. And like one of them's like, oh, well, it's really nice weather and, you know, it's really nice. And I think when I'm in the European circuits, I come home, have a mini holiday on the south of France and then go back to the circuit fully charged. It's amazing. Another one's like, I came here because of the climate. And it was the central part of Europe. It's easy to travel around to. Oh, well, it's a beautiful country and it's perfectly easy for you to be able to, you know, keep fit and be perfect in the car. And then finally, it comes to the driver Gerhard Berger, who starts going, yeah, I mean, it's lovely, you've got a harbour to go fishing in, and it's easy to get to Fiorano to test Ferraris, and all my friends live here, and it's absolutely beautiful. And now for the real reason, tax. A rolling start at Monte Carlo. Not stuck behind a 2CV. I needed that. I love the low-res resolution of the upper part of Monaco there, by the way, people. Did you see that on the sweeping camera? Yeah, Rascasse is a Rascasse Cafe, to be exact, Anthony, but you're right. That's Andy, that's exactly why. It is because the cafe at the corner. Apparently, if you want to get a seat there for the race weekend, it's something ridiculous like €6,000 or something stupid like that. Also, Joe Duke jumping into the chat, waving at me. Good evening to you, mate. How are you doing? We are in the classic car tournament at the Côte d'Azur, driving in a Mercury Cougar XR7 muscle car, and I'm trying to fend off a Buick 62 Special, which has been absolutely stomping me in some of the other races. It's been a lot more powerful than my car. But we're in first place, having qualified on pole at the streets of Monte Carlo, and we're going to try and win this race. Try being the key word. Because I'm in charge, and I'm not very good. You're doing good, Joe? That's fantastic, mate. Glad to hear it. Say, deep into the weekend, always nice to sit back, relax, and go for a nice relaxing drive. That was the aim of tonight's stream, and it's kind of worked. I did unlock the special license gold at the start of the stream. I enjoyed the wonderful prize car I got for that. Thank you, Kaznuri Yamuchi, for giving me that as my reward for getting gold in the license tests. So the Buick's fast in general, Joe, isn't it? Because it's more like a racing car than a muscle car. So it is massively overpowered compared to everything else. It was worse in Gran Turismo 2, actually. In Gran Turismo 2, you turn up in the muscle car tournament in like a Dodge Charger or something like that. And the Buick Special would turn up with a full racing modification and be like 8 seconds in front by the end of the first corner. Coming down into Sandoval on the brakes nice and early. Yep, that's pretty good. I've got a few seconds on the Buick, so fingers crossed I'll be able to fend him off. I'm glad that I put that stage 1 natural aspiration in for that hill. Without it, I reckon I'd be going sluggish on anything. The sports tyres are very, very slippery. No real grip on the sports tyres. You hear them squealing then as it was just trying to find any kind of grip. Pretty good. We're holding him off. No sign of him in the rearview mirror. So in case anyone's confused, by the way, by the get ready to drive, that's because of the way I'm playing the game and it's just one of the side effects of the ROM. So that's unfortunate. I do actually have a legit copy of this for the PS2 and I could capture it using a capture card, but it looks nowhere near as good. Not being able to put the upscaling or anything on it via the capture card, it just makes a massive difference. It's ridiculous how much better it looks when you emulate it. But it also shows what raw assets there were in the PS2 era, and with more powerful hardware, with better features, you could take games from that era and make them look almost as good as modern HD titles. I mean, yeah, okay, those buildings are a bit blocky, I agree, but things like the road textures and the car models are absolutely superb. The 2CV's been spared being lapped this time. My driver's like, get out of my way! Move! Get your slow car out of my way! Even in coast home mode, it's overtaking the 2CV. Why is that car even here? It's so slow. Imagine if you will, the 100-metre dash in the Olympics, and you've got the likes of Usain Bolt, and then making up the rear is me 4 years ago when I weighed 19 stone. That's pretty much what that 2CV's like. It's just so much slower than the field. It's got potential to be an athlete, but it really wasn't there at the time, shall we say. Oh, we're level on points going into the final race. We are level on points. By the way, back a few years ago when I was that weight, if I tried to run 100 metres, I would collapse. I can now do 10k with ease. Right, I'm going to qualify at this event as well. I get the feeling this is going to have a rolling start, and if it does, I'll get stuck behind the 2CV and I can ill afford it. That's what cost me at the Nürburgring. I lost about 8 seconds being stuck behind the 2CV. I would hate to come out of this pit lane legit. That is one of the worst pit lane exits I've ever seen in terms of if you make a mistake, you are screwed. Don't get me wrong, it discourages drivers from breaking the pit lane speed limit, but it's one that really punishes you if you get it wrong. The 2004 Mazda RX-8. Yes, that's the kind of era we're in here, people. We're winding the clock back more than 18 years. Yeah. Oh, very low grip there. Cold tyres, Sports compound and a 1960s car do not go well together. That's my racing driver's excuse. I am a racing driver this evening. I need to find as many excuses as I can. That's my challenge. The 2CV is a bit of a joke, Naomi, but at least it most of the time doesn't cause you any issues unless you're an idiot and don't qualify like I was. Hey, I got around the corkscrew without going off. In a 1960s muscle car. I don't know how I did that. No, but the thing is, Naomi, that's not an excuse. Glitches normally work in the player's favour. So that's suggesting I'm a benefit, and I'm not. You've watched me for how long now? Brake at 3. Yep, feel the understeer. Yeah, and then get on the gas at the second part of the apex. When I first played this track on Gran Turismo 2, I hated it. Couldn't stand it. But the more I've played it and the more I've learned about it, the better I've appreciated it. Bizarrely though, it's more often used as a bike track than a car track. And I can just imagine the road rash you'd get going off in a bike here. It'd be absolutely awful. You get severe road rash going off here. Hey, that's good, Naomi. Introduce you to SMT. That's always awesome. As I say, I had to thank Queen 3210 for that, actually, because it was Queen 3210 who recommended I play for Persona 5 Royal. And because of playing Persona, I decided to try SMT. I never expected to be more of a mainline fan than I was of Persona, but I think there's something about the more isolated game and the oddly enough, the lack of social links. I find that better. Don't get me wrong, I do like Persona. I think Persona's amazing. Ah, you love the 90-lap endurance race of on Laguna Seca. It's actually, that's the one that's mostly, it's the JGTC cars, isn't it, that one? Or at least it was in the, it was in GT2, where it was like all the JGTC cars. I think in this one it's all like American cars, like the Celine and the Dodge Viper and everything else, I think. Oh, there's the 2CV. Can I lap it? Here we go. Yes, I can. That's how much of a joke that car is. There we go, we've qualified, and that's hopefully got us pole position. And it has, we're ahead of the Buick, we're level on points. This is a do-or-die race. I do love the green that I've got for this Mercury Cougar. I got it from the license test, obviously, so I had no choice in the colour. But it does look really nice with that almost British racing green look to it. Yep, critical that we got started at the front. By the way, you see me all qualify and start from the front of the race? That's something you can't do in Gran Turismo 7. In Gran Turismo 7, you can't qualify. You can't even do any grid starts. Gran Turismo 4, a game from 19 years ago, has a feature the modern bleeding edge, cutting edge version of the game does not have. How much is that a joke? I thought it was Joe. Yeah, I know that I watched a video recently, Joe, by a guy called Matt J, which is about the cheating cars in Gran Turismo 2. And apparently, in the first version, the first release of the North American port for Gran Turismo 2, for the Laguna Seca race, it was meant to be all like JGTC cars, but you could randomly get a regular Dodge Viper. And it was like the 2CV in this race. It had absolutely no hope. It came nowhere near it. I think you could lap it at least 10 times, if not more. Yes, what convinced me to try it was the fact that you could go grinding, yes. Well, as I say, being a proper JRPG fan, being able to grind and take my time with it is always things I like. Oh, I got the GT40 in Rome. Oh, that was Why Do I Hear Boss Music 20 years before that was a meme, Joe. You are not wrong. Oh my god. You also had with that Venturi that showed up in the Trial Mountain endurance race. An event that had like 295 brake horsepower. And the Venturi M600 with like 600 brake horsepower and full racing modification turned up. Like, you know, kids having a water pistol fight and someone turns up with a fire truck. It was ridiculous. In terms of value for money, Andy, Gran Turismo games have been pretty good for value. Yeah, you can get them quite cheap. I'd say the first 4 in particular, the PlayStation 1 titles and the PlayStation 2 titles. The ones on the PS3, both GT5 and GT6, were very disappointing. The GT Sport was a bit meh. GT7 is the biggest disappointment ever. GT7 is a credit card simulator. I really don't recommend playing it. For a game that was supposed to be a return to the Gran Turismo mode and a return to its roots, GT7 let everybody down. It's the biggest letdown in history. Actually, no, that's not fair. It's not as bad as the third driver. The third driver's the biggest letdown in history. Project Gotham Racing 2, Naomi, yes, I did play it. I also played the game that it actually spun off from on the Sega Dreamcast, Metropolis Street Racer, which it technically was a spiritual successor to. Really, really good. No, it was the Vector V12. That was it. Yes, that was the one I meant about the M600. Yeah, you turn up in like a something like a Toyota Supra or something like that, and then that turned up there, and it was like, oh my god, come on. Yeah, Project Gotham Racing was a great series actually. It took a lot of what Metropolis Street Racer had, but streamlined it a bit and made it open to more countries. Meanwhile, Jifenic, am I using a controller? I am indeed using a controller. I'm using an Xbox One controller. That's what I'm using for tonight. I'm using a controller. The analog triggers on a modern controller make things a little better. You can plant the power better for sure. And good evening to you, by the way. I think that's... Yeah, we've managed to win the tournament by the skin of our teeth. We lost 2 races, but we won 3, and that's the most important part. I'd hate to try and play this game on a controller, actually, on a keyboard. Can you imagine using WASD to turn left and right? That sounds like a nightmare. You have got to be kidding me. A car from 1886? That's my prize? Right, okay. Earlier in the stream, we took the Ford Model T around Laguna Seca. It took 2 minutes and 54 seconds. Right, okay. We're doing this. We're taking it on. We're going to see how slow it is. We're taking this round Laguna Seca. Meanwhile, good evening to Kushan. I'm sorry, I don't really know French, but good evening to you. I do François, no. Espanol, si. So I'm afraid I don't speak French, Kushan. I do apologise. No, it's not an electric car, Naomi. Okay, let me go back into my garage. In fact, I'm going to go full historian here. This is a Mercedes-Benz Daimler motor carriage, released in 1886. It is considered the genesis of the motor car. Daimler made this himself using cart wheels found usually from the horse and cart, and adapted it with a very rudimentary engine where the steering wheel, much like a ship's wheel, was a vertical one rather than the road we're used to now. It has 1 brake horsepower. Oh, thank you, Joe. Thank you very much for subscribing. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm not one of those people who likes to beg for subscriptions or shares on my stream, but I really appreciate that, so thank you. So we're going to go and we're going to take this for a lap around Laguna Seca. So to give you an idea of just how slow we've been previously on this, we're going to go to the records. In the Model T Tourer, we did it in 2 minutes and 54 seconds. In the Nissan 350Z Concept, we did it in 1:24. So, bets in the comments. I want to hear what your bets are going to be. How slow is it going to be? To the nearest full second, I'd like you to guess the lap time. Okay? So, just to give you another perspective one more time, with 20 horsepower, the Ford Model T did 2 minutes and 54 seconds. to the nearest whole second, I want you guys to guess how long this lap is going to take. We've had 2 bets together, Andy and Queen, both saying 5 minutes. Okay, and wow, joke. Wow, Joe, someone took this round the Nordschleife in 4 hours. Oh my god. Well, so here we go. This is going to be an extremely fast lap. You can see he's got his pedal to the metal. Look at him. He's practically asleep at the wheel, and who can blame him? We've got 1 mile an hour. We're at 10 miles an hour of speed. We are very, very slow. Naomi's saying 9 minutes. Jeffic is saying 4. And Avian is saying 6 minutes and 14 seconds. So here we are. We got our pedal to the metal. And look at this. Just to prove I am in full control here. I am moving this 100%. I am moving this here just to prove I am in control. There we are. I am not, this is not a joke. This is not a bot. This is going to be the slowest thing in the world. I think you're all being far too generous. I don't expect this to get around in less than 20 minutes. This is going to be the slowest lap in history of Laguna Seca. So here we go. We might have a bit of a gradient. Now here's the question, people. Are we going to even make it to the corkscrew? Will we even be able to get up the hill and take on the corkscrew? Yes, this car will put Formula 1 cars to shame around Laguna Seca. You can see him fighting the car as it's trying to plant the power. This is a ridiculous beast of a machine. Even the pit mechanics are looking on in wonder. You can see them there. We'll take a quick look in a moment. Watch this. If we look from the river, you can see even the pit crew are enthralled. It's not a bot, but I do wish it was, Andy. You are not wrong. We've not even made it to the start line, people. We've not even got to the start line. We've not even started our lap yet. You people who chose 5 minutes, how ashamed are you going to be? Start the revolution, the sign says, over the bridge of the start line. Well, we're going to need to start something here because this is one of the slowest things I've ever driven in my life. Listen to the tick of the engine, people. We're now going at 9 miles an hour. Yes. Can we even get over the hill? Are we going to even be able to clear the hill? I've got the throttle mashed. I can't even get over the hill. I can't even get over the start line. I'm going backwards. I've got the accelerator mashed. I can't even get over the hill. I'm going faster backwards, despite me having the accelerator mashed to the floor. I can't even get over the hill. How did anyone get this round the Nordschleife? How did they do it? It's never even. It's not even a DNF. It's a DNS. We spent a minute and we're going backwards. We might as well set the time as infinity. It's a DNF. It's not even going to make... I said before, will we get to the corkscrew? We've not even got to the first corner. Can we make it? Can we engineer it by doing sideways motion or something, maybe? Is there any way to engineer it using sideways movement? Can we possibly do it that way? Can we snake our way up? Is it possible to use the positive camber of the road? I've got an idea. If I can get it over the hill. We're going slower, Avian, because we don't have the power to get over the hill. I actually went backwards. You can see by angling it to the side. I'm kind of trying to use the camber of the course to counteract the hill. But it's not having it. Oh my god. No, We're going backwards again. I can't. This is just to prove that I have. Just to prove that I have the accelerator mashed. This is the proof. Oh, yes. I can't move. I literally can't move. I could turn, but it's actually stuck. It's almost like it's in reverse gear. I'm actually turning backwards. I can't move. I'm actually going faster. I'm literally being taken backwards. So yes, people. Our reward was a car that you can't even get to the first corner of Laguna Seca in. That's your reward. It's a DNF. That's how slow that car is. That's insane. Is there any circuit which is flat enough for us to possibly make it over? Right. Surely it can do a lap of this. Let's see how slow it does a lap of Motegi Superspeedway. This is an IndyCar circuit. A good time is anywhere between 25 and 35 seconds. Let's see how slow we are. Is there any circuit where we can get this car around? I mean, someone's done the Nürburgring. That's dedication, Queen. Taking this round the Nordschleife. That's dedication. You think the 2CV was a troll at that race? This is worse. Could you imagine in the middle of the data, you're in the middle of the Motegi 500 and then this guy's on the circuit? Well, Andy, you believe 5 minutes for a lap of this? And to be honest, I think you're being generous then. In fact, this is flat land. We're actually going to gain some speed, potentially. Yeah, that's true, Joe. Yeah, one lap's longer than the Endurance, because there is a Nürburgring 4 hours, isn't there? And you can basically one lap of this in this car would get you around it. I'm not surprised. Look at his soulless eyes. How much does he not want to be here? He's like, why am I driving this car? Seriously, why have you made me do this? Even the vintage goggles and everything else is just not working for a look, is it? He does not want to be here. This guy would rather be anywhere else. Let's have a look at the bumper cam. That's how dangerous it is. I mean, we can at least admire all the adverts that we wouldn't normally be able to see. Honda, Tokyo Reliable Grad System, Kirin, Autobaxers, Chevrolet, and Casio are really appreciating the advertising I'm giving them here tonight, people. Yes. If you want to make your car look good, go to Autobax and buy plenty of goods from there. As for how far I am, I think I'm about 8% into the game for completion, Joe. I'm very, very early in. Very, very early. I've got all the license tests because earlier on today I golded the S license test. There was one final test that I didn't do. I saved it for the stream and I did it live. And I've done a few of the events, but generally what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to win the game using prize cars rather than buying them. Now, Naomi, watching paint dry is way more fun than watching one of my streams. You don't have to put up with my dulcet tones when you're watching paint dry. It'll also dry faster than this lap will actually happen. We're still not started the lap, by the way, people. The lap hasn't even started. We've not even started the lap. This is how slow this is. This is the slowest thing in the world. I reckon level grinded to 99 in the first reactor on Final Fantasy VII is faster than this. I reckon counting to 3 million grains of sand on a pebble beach is faster than this. Good question, Jefenic. What's my hated racetrack in this game? I don't really hate any tracks, but the one mode I hate is the rally mode. And the reason I hate it is because of the penalties. In the rally mode, the computer can smack into your car and your car gets locked for 5 seconds at 30 miles an hour. And I hate that mode. I really don't like it. I'm not a fan of Chamonix either, the snow stage. But again, that's mostly because of the penalties. It's very easy to get penalties on that track. In terms of the actual circuit races, if I had to choose one, and I don't really hate it, I just don't find it very interesting, it's Autumn Ring. I think that's not a very good track. It's not very fun to drive, Autumn Ring. But I don't really hate any track. But as you can see, guys, Andy, you picked 5 minutes. I think you've been very, very generous. I won't be surprised if this takes 20. Look at the crowd. The crowd are so into this. They're so into this that they're leaving their seats, literally because the rendering has taken them over. Laguna Seca only became close because the Mercedes-Benz Autowagen can't get over it. Naomi, bus driving simulators 1, but I reckon even Desert Bus would be more entertaining than this. And no, that's not going to happen. I am not streaming Desert Bus. Oh my god, this is the slowest thing in the world. He's really testing the grip out here, isn't he? Can we use the flatter texture of the pit lane again? Can that get us any extra speed? No, it can't. I think the problem is it's trying to shift gears. I mean, he literally is asleep at the wheel. You have an EverDrive that has Desert Bus on it. Are you serious, Andy? You actually own a copy of Desert Bus? Why on earth do you own a copy of that? The only thing that's worse than that is that terrible PlayStation Network game, Everyone's Gone to the Rapture. And if you have any idea what that game is, I feel sorry for you. I mean, the fans are enraptured. You can hear... Listen to the air horns from the crowd. Well, listen to them. The crowd are absolutely in uproar. They're blowing the air horns like it's England betting against the Kiwis. Too soon for the Kiwis in the audience? I mean, I imagine it probably was, Andy, but still, you actually have a copy of it that you can play. I don't want to know why. Is that your, like, secret party game? We're going to play Desert Bus. From what I understand in Desert Bus, around 5 hours into it, yes, 5 hours, you heard me correctly, a really exciting thing happens. Are you ready for this? Apparently, a bug splats the windscreen. Yeah. I believe it is the nightly one that I'm running, actually, Jefenic. I'm not sure. I'd have to check it. I believe it is. I think it's that one. I literally just downloaded the first one I could find, and then, amazingly, my BIOS worked perfectly, so I just carried on and not had any problems. At least apart from the occasional visual glitch, like the very far right of the screen at the moment. You're not wrong, Queen. This car is driving too slowly to kill bugs. The bugs will bounce off it and go, watch where you're going. It's an idea of a curiosity for a Play Expo display. I can definitely see that. I say, there is actually a group of people in America who every year do a live stream where they stream Desert Bus for 24 hours to raise money for the charity Hope, which is to help. I think it's like a children's hospice, I think. And I say the ride from Tucson to Las Vegas, according to Desert Bus, is 8 hours. That's according to Desert Bus. Don't you start, Avian. Don't you start role-playing that game. Don't you dare start role-playing me in the back of my dad's car in the 1980s. I will slap you. Don't. I was that annoying brat who started that question every 2 seconds. And I was the annoying brat who was always threatened to be thrown into the boot. By the way, I won't slap you really. I don't advocate violence. Naomi, knock it off. Well, we might actually get around in less than 10 minutes, people. We might actually make it. This poor guy, he just wants to go home. Who can blame him? And you guys out there watching me talk all this nonsense over it, thank you very much. I don't know what... You could be doing so much more productive things with your lives right now, and you sat watching me do this. You guys are all legends. Yes, here's an idea for a 24-hour stream. Lap the Nordschleife multiple times in the Mercedes-Benz 1886 Motorwagen. Speaking of endurance, though, actually, I do want to do a shout-out to a guy called Tuckers, who is the organiser for Sunnycom, the convention I'm going to at the end of June in Newcastle. He did a challenge last week where he listened to one song from the Initial D soundtrack for 10 hours. Streamed it live and sat through the whole thing. They've also done the Caramel Dancing meme and many others for 10 hours. I've already set them the challenge of watching 10 hours of Sideshow Bob stepping on rakes. For 10 hours. 10 hours. And the thing is, the Nutter actually said that they had an idea for a charity event at a con. And this is the most masochistic thing I've ever heard of. Their idea is to sit locked in a straitjacket, wearing a blindfold, so they can't move, they can't see, with a pair of headphones hooked up to a mixing desk, and people can come along at any time to change the song and the volume and the pitch and everything to the most annoying thing possible to raise money for charity. Tuckers, if you do that, I will be the first to donate 100 quid into the charity box, because that is the most masochistic thing I can think of at an anime con. They'll have people picking, like, you know, the Caramel Dancing. There'll be people picking the really annoying Nyan Nyan cat theme. There'll be people picking... I'm not sure what the song was, actually. I'll have to dig it up. It wasn't The Top, and it wasn't Night of Fire either. I can't remember what the hell it was called. It was actually kind of a cool song. Once or twice. To do it to 10 hours would have been about... Ooh, here's a good question. A conservative 150 times, at minimum. Hey, Andy, 10 hours of Toto's Africa would actually be pretty damn cool. Toto's voice in that is incredible. Very soothing. Almost as soothing as this stream. Now, can we beat 10 minutes? Can we get to the finish line before 10 minutes? A 10-minute lap of the super speedway. Can we get there? The fans are willing them on. Oh god, the theme from Rainbow for 10 hours. Oh. Oof. Ow. That is mean, Andy. That is mean. That is incredibly mean. Oh, no, Avian. Oh. That's against the Geneva Convention, surely. That suggestion of yours there must be against the Geneva Convention. Surely that's a war crime. Oh, the hamster dance, or the badger dance as well, actually. Either one of those, they'd be pretty nasty. The Sillet Bang commercial? What, just someone going bang and the dirt is gone. 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 Or 10 hours of Jeremy Clarkson going, the greatest car in the world. Yes! We made it in less than 10 minutes! And oddly enough, it's not even counted the time, but we made it. I've got it on video. We did it in under 10 minutes. We made it. We got to the second lap. Right. Now that we've seen just how horrifically slow that car is, let's get back to doing something a little more pacey, shall we? So for this one, let's try... We're going to take out for a ride the Mazda RX-7. That's what we'll do. Oh, it's a drift car. At least it looks like a drift car. Nice. Naomi, I'd happily redo it. Oh yeah, there we are, by the way, on that one. That's my time. That's my percent completion. So there we are. That's where we're at, Jafenic. It's currently a 9.1% completion that we've got here. So we are very, very early indeed. Very early. Well, let's go back to the Japan event and take this on. Let's try... Ooh, the 90s challenge. Oh, it's production cars only. Boo. Yeah, production cars only. And it's not going to be enough to take on the GT Championship, so we'll leave that one behind. NA engines only. Oh, is this a turbo one? Right, if it's naturally aspirated, I can't take it here either. Okay, no worries. Change car. I've not got an event for it. Let's try instead. Have I got a car from the... I've not got any classic cars. Oh, I do have the classic Honda S600 for the 60s Championship. But that's all I've got. But I can always take my Mercury Cougar back out for another run in the 60s car. We'll try that one. The naturally aspirated Championship. This is a naturally aspirated car, so we'll take it into the natural aspirated. NA race, we'll go here. We'll do this one. And we start with Infinium Raceway. Oh, right, okay. Is this the stock car course or the road course? I don't know what that really bad song was, and I don't want to know. Now, this is going to be interesting, because they're all in modern cars, and I'm in a 60s car. So is this going to be tough? Let's find out. It's got 22 A-spec points, so it's not going to be that tough by the sound of things. Ah, we've got an Acura NSX. Technically an American car company, but it's not. It's actually Honda. Badged in America. I think they're actually in the... Oh, no, I don't want that view. I want to be back in my bumper car view for this. Oh, what did you brake there for? You? Oh, stop braking so early. We're on the full road course. Oh, what a stupid place to put your car in the middle of a corner. I mean, come on. What a stupid place to brake. Learn to drive. I think this car might be down on power, but it's got decent grip. We're keeping up with a BMW. Is it an M3 or an M2? I don't know. It's one of them. It's one of the M cars anyway. I don't know what the price car is for this, so I'm looking forward to seeing it. Meanwhile, there's an SVT Mustang. Give me your slipstream, please, Mr. Slipstream. Thank you very much. I appreciate your custom. Can a car from the 60s thrash cars from the 2000s? That's the challenge we're taking on here, people. I gotta say, the license test to get gold on this and the S license is actually really quite challenging. Because the Audi R8 Le Mans car you drive has really weird grip in it. You think it'd have like F1 levels of grip and it just doesn't seem to find it. But it's good fun to drive, I'll give it that much. This is actually a really nice circuit, Infinium. Oh! That's not how to take a corner, people. There's nothing illegal about it, but it's not the way to do it. That's not how you drive. Not unless you're a dirty, rotten cheat like me. Because the idea here is to try and not buy any cars. The only thing we can do is use prize cars and level them up. That's literally my idea. I want to see just how easy it's going to be to do that. I get the feeling it's going to be a big challenge at certain events like the World Championship and that, for example. But there's other events where it could be quite easy. So that's a very Gran Turismo thing to do, Avian. Use the front car as a brake. I mean, to be fair, they seem to like rear-ending me as well, so it's not too bad. They're like razor glued to the racing line. And if you're on the racing line and going slower, they'll just punt you up the backside. They don't try and overtake you for some strange reason. Oh, you're right, actually, Avian. Yeah, where'd the get ready to drive message go? Well spotted, I wasn't paying attention to that. Yeah, do you think that's right? We're trying to use prize cars only. We're not actually bought. The only car that I bought was at the. In fact, no, I didn't buy a car at all. Now I think about it, I've not bought any cars at all. Just don't think I did. So using prize cars, I just want to see if it's as easy or as hard as I think it is. Because the endurance events could be incredibly difficult. I mean, one of the things I can do, but I'm not planning to do it, is to live stream one of the 24-hour races that's on this game. There's 2 at Le Mans and there's 1 at the Nürburgring. No, the Escudo is not a prize car. I don't think it is anyway. Oh no, actually no, it is. The Escudo's a prize car in this game, but it's not very good. The Escudo is a prize car you unlock in, I think it's in the dirt events, if I'm not mistaken, but they proper nerfed its grip. In Gran Turismo 2, the Escudo was the most broken car in the world. It was like Suzuki Escudo go boo, basically. Uh-oh, that might have cost me the race. That was me trying to do too much Top Gear talking and driving at the same time there. No, so far so good. We're doing alright. So I remember getting the Escudo and taking it out, and it just didn't seem to have any grip at all, no matter what tyres you put on it. But in GT2, and I think apparently, I know that was brought back as a legend car in GT7 after I stopped playing it, and apparently you can use it if you manage to buy it to grind a lot of money in the Tokyo Expressway race. But that was a race that broke my soul, because I was one of the many people who used the SRT Tomahawk, and I got a major sense of tunnel vision doing that track. I've got a video of me driving a lap of it on my channel somewhere. It's the most broken thing in the world. Yeah, that's right, Joe. It's like you can take it on the test course and have some real fun with it, top speed wise, but unlike in the original games, you can't use it to actually race. It's a shame. Well, you can, but you won't win. I remember dominating the Rome 2 hours event in GT2 with it, and of the 99 laps you could complete, I think I did 97, maybe 98. I finished like 18 laps clear of the field. It was ridiculous. Apricot Hill, old circuit, which interestingly was rumoured to be a drag strip from GT2, because in Gran Turismo 2 there was meant to be a drag racing mode that got cut, and apparently originally this circuit was called Plum Strip, so everyone thought it was a drag strip. Well, we got a TVR Speed 6. So we've got a European car which will be very good at using its power. Oh, we've got an Aston Martin DB7 as well. So we're going for an Anglo-European battle here, it would seem. And yes, this game was out in 2004. We were still in Europe at the time, so we can use the word European. Before the Brexit brain fade happened and fucked my country. That's about as political as I'm going to get tonight. Taking back control, they said. Yeah, good luck with that one. That's right, a BMW M3 is being outpaced by a Mercury Cougar from the 1960s. I do love the little details, like the flags fluttering in the wind. Back on the PS2, I never noticed that. because the assets were not good enough. You couldn't get enough of the resolution. But here, because of the upscaling, you can actually see it, and it looks fantastic. Really consistent motion and very fluid. Oh, unlike that car going through the sand trap, that wasn't very fluid at all. The only problem with this car is it really likes to squeal its tyres. It's a very hard car to get much grip out of. And that's where the M3 is absolutely trouncing me. Still, I'm going to use the pit lane to cut a bit more speed. I've not played all the Gran Turismos, no Joe, because I didn't have a PlayStation 3. I also didn't have the Gran Turismo on the PlayStation Portable either. So I played up to 4, and then I took a very long hiatus. I didn't play a Gran Turismo until 7. I did briefly play Gran Turismo Sport at EGX in 2016. I think it was 2016. Anyway, it was either 2016 or 2017, and I didn't really like it. So I kind of left it alone. And then when I saw the state of play with the features that were promised, I thought I'm going to finally come back to it. And then when I played it, I was deeply disappointed, so I started firing up Gran Turismo 4 again. It's only now that I've got a really quite powerful PC that I'm able to play it in its true glory. I've been playing it using an actual PS2 via SCART into a HDMI adapter, and it just doesn't look very good. And the bespoke adapters you can get to output via component into HDMI also don't look that great. The PS2 doesn't really go upscale well into HDMI from the console itself, unlike say the Sega Dreamcast or the GameCube. Something in the graphical output just doesn't work very well. But on PC, via an emulator, it looks fantastic. And a lot of games look a lot better. I mean, for those who watch my Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga streams, watching how I was originally playing it on my old machine, and then when I upgraded to the new PC, you could see the quality jump was absolutely extraordinary. And speaking of Digital Devil Saga, of course, we're going to be back playing that on Monday evening. Playing Digital Devil Saga 2. And then on Wednesday we'll be playing Wild Arms Second Ignition. We've got a massive rotation of games coming on here. A 4-game rotation. I've never done that before. Mainly because I've had better sons. So the unfortunate thing is I've not got the split time, so I don't know how far ahead or behind or what's going on really. Oh, nice! That's awesome, Naomi, getting the HDD into the PS2. I know people did that with the Dreamcast, where they managed to modify it so it had SD cards. So it wouldn't surprise me if you can do that. That'd be fantastic. I think this is 5 gigs, maybe 6 gigs in size. Oh bugger, that's not good. Yes, Avian, we're going to be doing the 4-game stream. We're doing Dishonored 2, Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga 2. We're doing Wild Arms Second Ignition and Gran Turismo 4. They're all sequels as well, but that's an interesting one. Every single one of them is a sequel, and if it wasn't for GT4, they'd all be the second game. And across the line. Hey! Not bad at all. A car from the 60s thrashed the cars from the millennium. Go all boomer mode. You all think your tech from the modern era is so great. Well, the cars from my day, they got much more power than yours. And all that kind of crap. In terms of recommendations, Naomi, do you mean games? The only thing I'd ask there is, before I start answering that, any particular genre, because in terms of a game library, the PS2 has one of the best of any console. It has a game library that's absolutely amazing. Some of the games that are available for it are so varied and so good. In terms of that, so in terms of, if you want to name games, I'll happily name games, but it's a question of what genre really before I do that. Because it had some of the best tournament fighters, it had some of the greatest survival horror games, it had fantastic JRPGs, it had a couple of decent first-person shooters, it had great racing games. In terms of a console software library, I would say that the PS2 is one of the best of all time. As for OG Xbox, I didn't have an OG Xbox, so I can't really recommend anything. Though if you got the patience, the Xbox version of Shenmue 2 is pretty good. Though you can also get that on PS4, PS5. So for RPG, racing and JRPG, in terms of racing games, GT4, so Gran Turismo 4 is one I recommend. I also recommend Need for Speed Underground 2. That's a brilliant game. Tokyo Extreme Racer is a great game. And if you want something a bit more arcadey, I recommend Outrun 2006. In terms of racing games, they're my top picks. You can also possibly dig out Midnight Club. That was a pretty good game as well. JRPG, you can't go wrong with Persona 3 FES or Persona 4. They're both brilliant. Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne is a great one as well. And the Digital Devil Saga Duology that I've started playing have been brilliant too. Final Fantasy X, that's a great JRPG. Trying to think of other great ones from that era as well. Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter is a curiosity that you might want to check out, but I don't really recommend that. It's not the best one. Xenosaga is also a very good one. PS2's the PS2 version of Outrun 2, it is missing prize car content because you need to import a PSP save, and I don't believe you need to do that for the OG Xbox. So for the OG Xbox, you might want to play, if Outrun 2006 was released on it, get it on that one, it'll be a better version for you. In terms of ARPG, I didn't really play any action RPGs, but I suppose the Devil May Cry games are a great shout out for that. They'd be a brilliant choice. I suppose you could count Chrono Cross, maybe, that might be one to check out. Let's say ARPGs, I didn't really play in that era. The God of War titles as well. I understand that they're fantastic, but I never played them. But from what I've heard, they review very, very well. So I'm more JRPG than ARPG. Well, these guys have got a massive lead on me. I don't know how I'm going to cut this down. The only way I'm going to do it is if they get in the walls and I can pass them that way. Which is actually a possibility because they're not driving that cleanly. So there's a chance that I might catch these guys on the final lap. Yeah, you can see them, they're actually dueling. I'm liking the fact I'm seeing them race each other, that's awesome. After Dungeon Siege. That's fair enough, I never played that so I can't comment on it. But as I say, those games are my top picks for now, definitely. Let's say, if you're going to play the third Persona game, make sure you play Persona 3 FES. Do not play the vanilla version. The vanilla version is okay, but it's missing extra content. And I say, the portable version that's on PS4, PS5 is worth playing for ease of access, but it's not as good as FES. The only thing I will say about Persona 3 and Persona 3 FES is you do not have control of your party members, so it can make battles quite frustrating. Anyone who remembers me trying to fight the sleeping table on floor 135 at Tartarus will tell you all about that one. The difference with FES is it actually has extra in the third semester. There's extra social links, and there's also an epilogue game called The Answer. I will warn you now though, The Answer is hard, and the reason for it is it defaults to the hard difficulty and you cannot change it. When I streamed it, I didn't know it was on hard, so I actually beat a Persona game on hard and never even knew. Yes, the killer table is like the ultimate PTSD. Outside Extra, the channel on YouTube, recently did a listicle of mini bosses which are harder than the main game bosses. And they chose some great ones, but I put in the comments that one and someone immediately replied with, "Oh god, that was the worst boss in the game." So if they ever do a sequel list, I'm hoping my comment will make it on it. My suggestion, anyway. This is ultra slipstream. I can't stay behind him. I'm trying to outbrake him. Have I made it work? Yes, I have. Yeah, Queen, that's a flex and a half. You beat the secret boss in Persona 5 Royal and you forgot you were playing on the hardest difficulty. That's a major flex, by the way. To beat a super boss on the hardest difficulty for the first ever time, that's a flex and a half. Thank you very much, Naomi, mentioning the incredible corner. I managed to just about get the car stopped. The tyres were absolutely on the edge. And I've thrown it away. I've gone too wide. Or have I? Oh, I managed to cut him off. I'm just going to get away with this, I think, if I'm careful. Yeah, that car is much more efficient than the hairpins. That car in second place is way better in the tight corners. Right, just after 100 metres. Use the downhill braking. Yes, on the apex, perfect. The Spira is actually a very competent car. It really knows what it's doing. The driver's on it in that one, I'll give it that much. It just seems to handle the tight turns much better than my Mercury Cougar does. But unfortunately for them, enjoy the graphical glitch there, people. I do apologise for that one. If you've got eye problems, I really do apologise. I did not know that was going to happen. There's one of the flaws that happens when you're not playing on the original hardware, people. The Proto Motors Spira V8. I've never even heard of it. And yes, Avian, I learned my lesson the last time I played this game. Don't celebrate early. I paid dearly for that. You're not wrong. Yes, that's an occasional graphical glitch, Avian, so don't worry, it's not your stream, it's nothing you guys are doing on the way you're watching it. That's purely my game. Special stage Route 5. I've not played this one for a while. It's a Korean brand, Joe. Right, okay, I didn't know that. That explains why I said I'd never heard of it, but now got a Pontiac GTO, Mustang, a Corvette, and then a NSX and an M3. Oh, that's awesome, Naomi. You've had a major change and it's brought out your love for gaming. That's absolutely brilliant. I'm so pleased to hear that. As I say, if I've been any kind of help while you were going through what you were previously, then as I say, I'm glad that I could offer some kind of branch for you. But the fact that you're getting your mojo back for games is awesome. It's strange because I've found Get Ready to Drive is back, people. It's returned. It wasn't happy at being kicked out of the view. It's back. You see how it actually simulates the wind disappearing when you're in the slipstream? That's a touch that I'm not even sure is in the modern game. Oh, he's punted me near the wall. He tried putting me into the wall. The M3 driver was not having any of that, was he? This looks gorgeous under lights. This circuit looks absolutely glorious. I'm really impressed with how this upscales this circuit. Oh, we've had a bit of slowdown there. That wasn't your stream, people. That was not your stream. The Pontiac, that was the modern GTO that eventually was modified by Vauxhall into the VXR Monaro. One of the best modern muscle cars in Europe. The Vauxhall VXR Monaro. Yes, Naomi, very typical BMW driver riding us into the wall. No, I know it's not a goodbye, Naomi. So I'm just very glad that I've been able to help. And it was way ahead of its time. Honestly, this is one of the greatest racing games of all time. The only thing that stops it from being one of the greatest, in my opinion, is the small grids. And that's about it, really, to be honest, because the smaller grids, that's literally the only thing that holds it back. It just feels so much more fun to drive. And there's just a lot of things about it which just... I just don't get the same sense of magic from the more modern ones. This time I almost went into the wall of my own accord. I didn't need a BMW to help me this time. So they're taking an old American muscle car around like a New York style city skyline. It is classic, but yeah, this car really is not suited for handling. This is very much for smashing the quarter mile, and I'm trying to take it into a proper race layout. So it's out of its comfort zone, this car, but it's doing a bloody good job actually. When I first played this game way back in the original release in about 2006, I hated this car. Could not stand it. I didn't understand how to get anything out of it. But thanks to a forum I was on called The Ring Diaries, which was all about challenges on the Nürburgring, I grew to understand a lot more about the car. And it was a community that I don't know what happened to all the guys, but there was a legend on there who was really good at giving advice. He went by the name Viper in the Grass, which was a pun on going off all the time in the Dodge Viper. And it was an absolute, let's say it was a community, and I don't know what happened to the community. It seemed to go belly up when the GT5 came out. It's interesting there, you say it's missed in the modern games, they don't feel the essence of speed. I think part of the issue is they've obviously tried to go far into the simulation style, and not many people have driven the car, so don't really understand. So Jeff, you say you just completed the free license. Do you mean like GT3's license tests, or the free license tests at the start of the game? They say GT3's license tests were brutal. Those license tests were absolutely evil. I tried playing it on the PS2 because I actually got a copy courtesy of Andy. He gave it to me at Play Expo one year, so thank you for that. And the license tests were so hard. They were savage. I must say, Gran Turismo 7, the license tests weren't that difficult at first. And then you get to the end of the S license, and all of a sudden you hear boss music. The graduation test for the S license in the Gran Turismo 7 was very hard, especially to get gold. Yep, nice drive around the city at night, absolutely, Naomi. You're not wrong. Though I will say one thing about Gran Turismo 7. If you're playing that game, don't bother getting any license tests after getting the A license. There are no races that need the IB, IA or S in Gran Turismo 7. I just do not get it. Ah, interesting, Joe. You found the GT3's easiest. I found them really difficult. Whereas with 4, I just seem to find more affinity with them. I don't know why. So the Mercury Cougar once again wins. Mercury Cougar wins, lol. So the good thing about doing the prize car test is that we're going to be in a position where we should have quite decent cash for upgrading the cars, because we're not buying many vehicles. We won't be able to complete the whole game though, because there are cars which you need a certain make of in the dealerships, I think, and I don't know if you can get all the cars from prize cars. But we're finally going back to Trial Mountain, which until Gran Turismo 7 everyone believed was in Scotland. And for those of you who don't know, there is a reason why. Jiff, I actually use automatic, I don't use manual. I tried using stick shift, but the problem was even I just couldn't get used to it. Oh, we got a Pagani Zonda. Someone's turned up in a Pagani Zonda. We have a hypercar in this race. That's a fucking Pagani. And I'm going to go up against it in a 60s muscle car. Get out of my way, you 650,000 credit Flash Burke. Get out of here. And yet the NSX is absolutely destroying it. Spoiler alert, that would not happen in real life. Ah, yeah, Naomi, that's true. I'm in the PAL territory as well. And all our games defaulted to 50 Hz. Unless you were on the Sega Dreamcast, because the Sega Dreamcast had a VGA mode, and you could put it into 60. You could put it to 60 hertz. Jeff, what's your comment about Narmon 2? Is it to the fact we've got a Pagani in the race, so that I don't use stick shift? I mean, I don't actually drive for real. That's the funny thing. I don't drive a car at all. I should learn to drive. I'm 40 years old and I don't drive. Yeah, that's right. I'm using the North American version of the game and emulating at 60 hertz. Because like having played games at 50 hertz, it just feels awful. For anyone who doesn't know the pain of that, by the way, on the PlayStation 4, they ported the PlayStation 2 version of Resident Evil Code Veronica, and that game in the PAL region is one of the hardest to platinum. And the reason is because in the battle game mode, the gameplay and your movement is locked at 50 hertz. But the timer, which decides your rank, is at 60 hertz. You have to complete the challenge 16% quicker than the timer actually tells you in order to be able to beat it. And I've done it. I'm one of only 2% of players to have platinum that game on the PlayStation 4 because of that glitch. It was in there in the original PS2 version and they did not patch it for the port. So if you're planning to play Resident Evil Code Veronica, either emulate the North American version on PS2 or somehow find a way to get the North American PSN and download that version of it. Yeah, Jeff, I agree, the Paganis, but to be fair, look how far I am ahead of them. It's like it's got stuck in traffic and I've just absolutely run away with it. In fact, it's quite a disappointing boss fight. A Pagani's Honda turns up and I'm smashing it in a 1960s American muscle car. Now, the reason I'm pausing the game, see if I can get a shot of it. Oh, I can't get a shot of it from this angle, unfortunately, not in the middle of the race. Never mind. I wanted to get up close to the window, up to the window there. The reason I said before that this game, everyone thought this track was set in Scotland, is because in that lake is the Loch Ness Monster. There's two guys in a boat, and there's a Loch Ness Monster in there as well. That's actually true. But in Gran Turismo 7, it was officially announced that this track is in Oregon, in the US. Yes, indeed, there is indeed the squirrel. I wonder if I can get a decent shot of it, actually. Give me a sec. It's coming up to it now. So, you mentioned the squirrel, Joe. If you all pay attention in just a moment, I'm going to pause the game here. No. There. Look right above the word paused. We are being stared at by an animal. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to lose it now in the view, so I can't do it. But there you are. That's why I paused it, just so you can all take account of it. Most people, what they do is come to this track and go into photo mode, and you can actually see it quite a lot better. People thought it was some kind of monkey or something like that. That's one of the many hidden Easter eggs in the Gran Turismo series. There's also the weird faces in the geometry on this track. Yeah, that's right, Jeff. It is indeed an animal. People have always feared what it was. Some people thought it was a monkey, others thought it was a squirrel. I think in the PlayStation 3 version of this track, it's a bit clearer, and it looks more like a monkey or a baboon. Yeah, I took that line a lot cleaner this time. I was much more accurate. So the Pagani's Honda. There it is, the Pagani's Honda C12. It's not even going to come in second place. It just could not get through the traffic. The Acura NSX held it off. I didn't know about that, Avian. Do you have any more information about it? Apparently another messy monster that lives somewhere in America. I'm curious about that, to say the least. So there we are. So that is the naturally aspirated championship completed. So the question is, what is our reward? Oh, the Honda NSXR. That's quite a nice little vehicle, that. Depending on its horsepower, I could possibly use that for the trial mountain endurance race. Depending on its horsepower, that could be a really good one. And it'll certainly be a good one for... Oh, now we've got George Paris. Oh, actually, yeah, Jefenic. There we are, that's it. Opera Paris. That's a circuit I don't like. I'd forgotten all about it. That's a circuit I don't like. Opera Paris. Yeah, 290 brake horsepower. That'll be perfect for the trial mountain endurance race. The Honda NSXR. Right, let's get some better tyres on it. I want to see if I can take it to the one of the Japanese events. Ah, there they are, Honda. Yep, Mugen tuning. Yep, no thank you. I want soft tyres on you, thank you very much. Right, now that we've got fresh tyres on it, I'm going to see if I can use it in stock mode. Joe, when you... Oh, it's only in GT2? I thought there was one in this one. Oh, that's annoying, that. I thought there was one in this one. Where it was like a low-powered endurance race. Oh, it doesn't count as a production car. Come on. Are you serious, bro? Damn it. Is there any in here that I can do? The MR challenge, we'll do this one. The NSX should smoke this. Oh no. Oh no, it's the driving course. This course is like driving in someone's shoe. It's one of the smallest things I've ever seen. It is like driving in a shoebox. There's a 90s NSX there. Ah, so it was in GT3 as well. There's that Clio V6. The car that every game developer was trying to make happen around this time for some stupid reason. It's like, stop trying to make this car happen. It won't happen. The Toyota MR2, that was a car that I used to great effect in Metropolis Street Racer on the Sega Dreamcast. Gotta make sure I don't go into the pits by accident here. Yep. That's a lap. Honestly, this is like driving in someone's shoes. It is the smallest thing in the world. How they can count this as a racing track, I don't know. Oh, I'm trying not to cheat. I'm trying to overtake it legit. This is my chance now. Yeah, the MR2 does look fantastic, actually. It's a lovely car, the MR2. It's better than the 80s one. The 80s MR2 just looked really strange. But the more modern ones from the 90s and the early 2000s is fantastic. Really nice design. Right, this is where we'll see just how fast the NSXR is compared to every other car here. Yeah, it probably is more of a kart track, and here we are right having a full-blown race. It's one of the most narrow, it's one of the shortest. I mean, in a production road car and doing a lap time in 26 seconds, that tells you everything. Final lap, and we're well clear. Just going to try and stay that way. Yay, fastest lap at the end. Not bad at all. The ASL Garaya. ASL? Isn't that old acronym that people used to use online? Hey dude, what's your ASL? I've just dated myself horrifically with that one. If you understand what I've just said, I've dated you too. You're welcome. Yep, Naomi, a fellow person who understands. Oh, the track I hate. The Autumn Ring. Ugh. You're welcome, Avian. Have we got a grid start? No, we don't. Typical. Oh, it's the full Autumn Ring as well. And there's 3 NSXs in this one. Honda are very well represented. Now, Naomi, that is a fantastic answer. I won't ask what time you've come from. I'll just enjoy the fact that you're here. Sorry, dude, but you're in my way. Move. Now, we're doing it in reverse. I've not driven this layout since, well, forever. Oh, the 2000 chat rooms, they were insane. People impersonating each other all the time. They used to always go, "Are you an imp? Stop imping me," and all this kind of stuff. Red's a great colour for a car, Naomi, I agree, but I prefer yellow. I've always liked yellow, and I don't mean the license test failure music, though that is actually an awesome song, it's an absolute banger. Yeah, I do love how in this game, when you fail the test, you get yellow's "Oh yeah" to play. Like the game is mocking you for your failure. I love that. Typing 9 in the chat, oh no. Oh god. Now we are winding the clock back. Do you remember having those modifiable tags by putting loads of weird HTML things to make you like have all bold fonts or all colours and all other kinds of stuff? I remember that. Hey, pink Vits. Nothing wrong with pink, Joe. I'd say a pink Vits would be kind of fitting for one of my cosplays, actually, now I think about it. You see, the thing is, Queen, when you think about it, in the modern era, that kind of code signal is actually rather dangerous because a lot of kids nowadays are susceptible to being groomed, and it's crazy. I was watching a video today actually by a YouTuber who was on about a guy who was a Minecraft player, like a Minecraft streamer, and it turned out they were basically what we call a nonce over here in the UK, someone who is interested in the younger ages, shall we say. And I've realised something. For some reason, games like Roblox and Minecraft seem to have a lot of people like that who get outed. And I don't understand why. I don't understand what the reason is. I mean, I don't want to think about it, to be honest, but if I find out anyone does that, there's no going back for you, that's all I can say. Ooh, Habbo Hotel. I never used that, but it doesn't sound very good, Naomi. I'd like to tell you that for free. That does not sound good at all. Ah, New York. Oh wow, so they hired moderators who only work business hours. Most people don't use chat rooms during business hours. They use them well after business hours. We've got a Lotus Elise. And a few other cars in there as well. We're doing the full New York circuit. I love the lighting effects there on the cars. The reflections look great. Really nice. Oh yeah, I bet it was a hot spot for adults, Naomi. You're not wrong. So I often find myself these days almost becoming a dad when I'm at conventions. I find there's a lot of like younger members who are easily talked to, shall we say, by people and given attention they don't want. I often end up finding myself becoming like an unofficial dad figure at cons these days. That's a sign I'm getting old. Yeah, I agree with you, Avian, definitely. It is very, very easy to be thinking you were talking to someone who was one thing and it turned out they were completely not what you expected. I mean, I'll tell you what, I want to do a massive shout out actually. I don't know what the guy's name is and I feel like an arsehole for saying that. But the voice actor in English for Gundam Tanaka from Danganronpa did a recent video, and I think it was either on TikTok or on Instagram. And he did a video which was like a PSA about red flags when talking to famous people. And like he was saying how, because like recently there's been like a voice actor in the Genshin Impact game who it turned out was expecting fans to do things for them. And what Gundam's voice actor has basically done is shared a load of red flags, like saying, if you're being told to keep our conversation between you secret, he's like, I talk to my fans all the time. You can tell your parents, tell your friends, tell everybody you want. I love hearing from you. I love sharing stories with you. The moment I start asking you to keep it secret, there's a reason I want you to keep it secret, and it's a reason that you shouldn't be getting into in the first place. And he puts up all these warnings. It's an absolutely massive breath of fresh air. So I want to say a massive thank you to him for that, because there's so many people who take advantage of, like, fans and people who like talking to them online, whether it's in stream chats, whether it's in Discord, whether it's in DMs, whatever. And it's nice to see someone actually looking out for the community. Someone who says, I don't care who you show a conversation to me with, because I'm going to make sure that you're safe when you talk to me. And we need more stand-up people like that in the community. So my hat's off to you, mate. Absolutely, Queen. It's fantastic. My mate Nerdy Hound shared it with me, because obviously Nerdy Hound, like me, fan of Danganronpa, fan of Persona, so often keeps an eye on those kind of things. I wanted to find the version of the video because I'd love to share it myself, but it's like, as I say, it's not on the media platforms I really use. I do use Instagram, don't get me wrong, but I don't use it for videos. I use it for photos and promoting my streams. But as I say, it's out somewhere like that, or it might even be on both now, think about it. It's probably on Twitter as well. Well, Jiff, the reason that people like to do it is because they are abusers. That's the simple reason. There have been so many people, famous and non-famous, and it's because they have a massive power dynamic on taking advantage of vulnerable people. And they are the scum of the earth. They are the lowest of the low, and they deserve everything that's coming to them. Most of them are normally seen as, when they are finally caught, they have the worst time inside, because even the criminals hate them. The people who do that, as you say, Queen, it's power and control, and they are the absolute scum of the earth. I wouldn't piss on them if they're on fire. In fact, quite frankly, I'd grab a tub of gasoline and throw more on it. Honestly. But Avian, you're right. With more famous people working on it is a good thing. I agree. The more people with influence. Because again, there's a reason why that word is used. Influencer. And yes, there are a lot of people who say, oh, I'm an influencer, can you give me a free upgrade or a free product? But people with genuine influence need to use that more often where they can. And I think this is where getting those kind of messages out is so important. Yes. Follow Naomi's lead and send me your PIN numbers. I am reading your mind. Or something, I don't know. You tell me. And we're doing the 90s layout. And Honda on home turf as our Toyota. For those of you who weren't here earlier in the stream, by the way, or during the last stream, I've actually been to Fuji. I've actually been to the Fuji Raceway. I was there in 2015 for the World Endurance Championship. It was awesome. I loved it. So this NSX is lightning off the line. It's got fantastic launch. It has instant grip off the line. So for those of you who don't know, the NSX was actually tuned and designed by Ayrton Senna, who is an absolute hero of mine, my favourite racing driver of all time. And that's right, Joe, yes, F1 did indeed race here. 2007 and 2008 it did 2 races, and then it also raced here way back in the 1970s. 1976, of course, it was the climactic race of the title battle between James Hunt and Niki Lauda. Great circuit. I'd love to see it back on the calendar, actually, because with the modern F1 cars, I just love the design. But having said that, Suzuka's such a great circuit. I would not want to lose Suzuka again. Indeed it did, Jafenik. And I'd like you to tell me if you can spot Mount Fuji, because it's in this game. Keep your eye out for it, people. It's the least geographically accurate version of it, but Mount Fuji is here on this track. Joe, I don't just watch Formula 1. I am an insane hyper fan of F1. I'm the guy who watches all the free practice sessions. I'm the guy who for 3 years was a commentator for Excite Racing League. And if you go to their YouTube channel for about 2012, for the F1 2012 and F1 2013 games, I commentated most of their league races that we streamed live. We were one of the first leagues to do live streaming. Yeah, Joe, I say it's awesome to meet another hyper fan. I absolutely love it. I'm looking forward to this season because obviously we've got such a big change in the grid. It's a massive shake-up. We've obviously got Oscar Piastri. It'll be interesting to see how he goes up against Lando Norris. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Logan Sargent can do for Williams. Now that we've finally got rid of Nicholas Latifi, he's been on the grid for far, far too long. Alonso Aston Martin is going to be interesting because he's flattered to deceive since he came back. He's never really quite gone anywhere. So it'll be interesting to see where it goes. What else was I going to say? We've also got the new focus in Mercedes with Russell and Hamilton of the car that looks like it's finally going to be a bit more on pace from what they've said in the shakedown test, but it's too early to say any more on that, really. I want to know what Ferrari do now that they've got Fred Vasseur as the chief what's it called? Not chief engineer, not chief strategist, team principal. That's it, team principal. Having got Fred Vasseur from Alfa Romeo, I'll be really interested to see what changes he brings in. So it's going to be a really exciting season in many ways. Yeah, De Vries, actually, yeah, De Vries is going to be awesome because that one race he did at Monza, that was the nail in the coffin for Nick Latifi's future. The moment that De Vries came in with no warning and no practice to replace Albon, and not only out-qualify Latifi, but then get points, absolutely... AKA Debris. Oh wow, that's harsh. That is harsh. Oh wow. Apparently, Nick De Vries, the reason that he actually ended up getting the drive is apparently Max Verstappen himself reached out to Franz Tost and went, "Get him now, get him in the program." Not only because he's a fellow Dutch driver, but it was the best audition you could have possibly gone for. I also want to say a massive shout out to Antonio Giovinazzi, who at last year's US Grand Prix had the chance to audition for Haas, crashed out in practice, and then had the effrontery, the barefaced cheek, to say that it wouldn't harm his chances of getting on the grid. Yeah. Good luck with that. Very good luck with that. Naomi, I can't really answer your question without inviting the wrath of many legal counsels. But certain forums on certain subreddits do exist that can possibly put you in that direction. I'm saying no more than that because I'm just sharing publicly available information. FOM, FIA, please don't sue me. I'm not telling people how to do it. But there are others out there who can. If you choose to go looking for them, that is all on you. I absolve myself of all responsibility here. Don't get me wrong, Joe. I mean, Giovinazzi wasn't a bad driver, but when it comes to like a chance to get on the grid, crashing the car you're attempting to drive, you're not going to get on the grid with that. Let's be honest here. That's not going to endear you to any team principal. It's certainly not going to endear you to Gunter Steiner. Gunter Steiner would have been immediately like out the moment that happened. He would not have shown any patience. In many ways, he was a bit unfair on Mick Schumacher when you think about it. I'm bump drafting this NSX because he won't get out of my way. I mean, personally, when it comes to the F1 for next season, I'm hoping that Sky do their Now TV deal again. Keep an eye on that for literally like either the day before Free Practice 1 or during Free Practice 1. They traditionally put an insane value deal at that point. Oh god, Nikita Mazepin. Oh, I don't like mentioning that guy because of obviously what he's affiliated with technically, but in terms of a driver, he wasn't very good. He wasn't quite as bad as, say, Yuji Ide, but he was certainly bad. Yes, I'm really showing my age if I'm referencing the likes of Alex Yoong and Yuji Ide. Yes, I am one of the alumni from F1Rejects.com. I was there back in the day. Celebrating those at the back of the grid, giving them the time and the spotlight they deserved. I was there. I do love this. I don't know why this track was never brought back. Why is this track exclusive to Gran Turismo 4? It's got a beautiful sky. It's got a beautiful view line. It's got wonderful flow to it. It's even got an off-road rally stage for the special stages. Oh, and it's got some very hard barriers too. Yes, indeed, Hulkenberg being back for Haas. I'm really looking forward to that because Hulkenberg versus Magnussen. That'll be a very, very interesting duel, those two. Because they're both drivers who have been on the cusp of greatness but never quite got there. And now that they've got a team that's focused behind them, it'll be interesting to see how well they do. I mean, like Hulkenberg, he's almost like the ultimate jack of all trades, master of none when it comes to his teams, isn't he? He's never quite grabbed the brass ring. As the record for the driver, most races without a podium, do you mean? Not the most podiums. He's definitely not got the most podiums. Hamilton will be all over that record, and so will Schumacher. If you mean the most races without a podium, then yeah, you're right. Although he's not the driver with the most races without a victory. That would be the Swiss legend himself, Andrea De Cesaris, the most feared mobile chicane of all time. 214 Grand Prix, didn't win a single one of them. The mobile chicane. Oh yeah. And it's actually a real shame because he actually almost won the Monaco Grand Prix in 1982 driving for Alpha. And then crashed out at Portier 1. He'd have broke his duck at Monaco in 82. During the infamous last 5 laps rain shower where basically no one wanted to win the race. People went into the lead and crashed throughout the field. Now I really do sound like a motorsport anorak now, don't I? It wouldn't surprise me if you had that many DNFs in a row, actually, Joe. You're not wrong. Had a penchant for not seeing the checkered flag, as they say. I remember being that guy, actually, speaking of the checkered flag. One of those React channels had, you know, like dumb exam questions. And one of them was draw the Finnish flag, as in, you know, the flag of Finland. And the kid drew the checkered flag. And one of the people commentating went, but he's right, that's the Finnish flag. And I'm there in the comments, no, it's not, it's the checkered flag. Oh, we've got a look. Oh, nice! We've got the James Bond car. And it's in pearl white, just like in The Spy Who Loved Me. Nice! I would have been a measly 5 years old when this car came out. Let that sink in, people. So that's another tournament done. Ah, the four-wheel drive challenge. I can't enter that because I've not got a four-wheel drive car. Have I got a four-wheel drive car that's eligible? That's front rear, so that's not going to help. That's not a production car. That won't be allowed. It'll be considered a racing car. At least I believe it will. Might gamble on it. I'll try it. If there's not that one, option stream Z. Nope, definitely not that one. Definitely not a DMC DeLorean. But the Acura DNX. Ah, that's four-wheel drive. Oh wow! Actually, I'm going to give this a try. I've never tried it before. It looks like a kind of like a space car. Do you remember, like in the late 1990s when they had cars that were like, "This is going to be a vision of the future"? That's what it reminds me of. I want to get some fresh tyres on this, and as it's an Acura, it'll be in the American dealership, not the Honda. Or will it? It should be, but there's no Acura here. Okay, Acura are an American brand, so why is it not showing in the American side? That's wrong. They're not. It's not Japanese. It's American. Acura is an American brand. It's basically a Honda for America. Acura. And I know that in Gran Turismo 2, Acura was in the American dealerships, so well, I wonder if they corrected it for... I don't know. I don't know why. Oh, it's not... That's the wrong series. Ah, so in the PAL version it's the Honda Dual No. Right, okay. Yep, so standard or sports tyres and 4 WDs are required. I must have tried to take it on and lost. Right, we'll go back to Grand Valley Speedway. Well, it's in the... Oh, there's a Ford RS200. Oh, wow. And a Lancia Delta Integrale. We've got two rallying... Did I say Dodge Ram? But we got a pickup truck. Someone's turned up in a pickup truck. Why on earth would someone enter in a Dodge Ram of all cars? Yet the Ford RS200 was a rallying legend. But it was a rallying legend because it was too dangerous. It actually got a class banned. Naomi, you're not wrong. It is a weird combination of cars. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. It's got a nice sounding turbo, this, actually. Oh. Send the cones flying, because why not? This is actually handling very well. I think this car came from the license test. I think I got it for either the IA or the IB. I got it in one of those license tests. The Honda Dual No. Well, not the Honda Dual No, sorry. It's the Acura, whatever. I've got it here. Even being four-wheel drive, these sports tyres just don't grip very well. But again, the sports tyres, they're not racing tyres, so you've got to expect a little loss in grip. So I do love some of the details in the back. Again, we've got the fluttering flags, we've got really nice stanchions, the tree line looks great. And again, this is a game that's 18 years old. Possibly even 19, depending on the region you're in. Oh, I've understeered off. Use four-wheel drive, go back to our rallying routes. We might just get away with that. That's right, Naomi, exactly that. Yeah, they start blue because they're cold, and then obviously they go to green, then yellow, then orange, and then finally red. Okay, it's a bit primitive, but it does the job. I think these are all my cones that I've littered the racing line with. I've littered the racing line with plastic because I don't have any thought for the environment, apparently. Yeah, this car's pretty good for this tournament, actually. Considering against another prize car, but this time from the license tests. So they say the blue is when the tyres are cold and you first get the sheen off, and then it's green all the way down to red for wear. Oh god, Joe, I'm not looking forward to the rally races. Although I said that, you can use one to make quite a lot of money, I understand, by getting, I think it's a Toyota RSC Raid car from somewhere. I know you can also get a Cadillac from one of them, which is like OP as anything. So I should do that at some point. You can get a Cadillac, which is absolutely mental. I remember getting it when I had the PAL version back in 2005. Autumn Ring Mini. This is going to be an interesting one, to say the least. So I've just realised what time it is. I've gone well into overtime tonight, but I'm not feeling tired. I'm having fun. I don't know. I normally do 3 hours and then disconnect. But as I'm not in work tomorrow, and I'm having... That's a VW Beetle. We've got a Volkswagen Beetle in here now. I mean, we had a Dodge Ram in the last race, so I can't complain about weird cars, can I? We've got an Audi RS4, I think. It's an estate version. And then we've got the Acura DNX, which is initially being left in the dust, surprisingly. Well, this is where the superior grip is coming into play. Some kind of, I think it's a Hyundai. Or a Hyundai, depending on where you are in the world and how it's pronounced. There goes the Delta Integrale, and the final car to pass looks like... Is that a Scooby Legacy? Yeah, I think it's a... Yeah, it is. It's a Scooby Legacy, I was right. Not as good as the Impreza, but still a good car. Whoa, gone too wide there. Almost went into the pitch, you don't want to do that. Car goes very slowly when you do that, and you have to change tyres. I don't fancy giving the computer a 30-second lead. I'm not playing Gran Turismo 7. Too soon? Joe, that's an interesting question. I mean, in terms of, like, my favourite car, as I say, I don't drive, so I don't really have much of a dog in this fight, but the car I'd love to own is a Nissan R34 Skyline. In terms of brand overall, though, I would actually say, because they were so mental and bonkers, I'd actually go with Top Gear and choose Lancia. Some of the cars they made were just absolutely ridiculous, but they were all awesome. Sadly though, they only exist now and they make a really rubbish car in Italy, and that's literally all they do. The brand has literally gone. The marquee that gave us iconic cars like the Delta Integrale, the 037, the Stratos, the Fulvia, the Monte Carlo, all gone. Dust. Such a shame. So the Stratos is one of the craziest cars in the world. It had a Ferrari 3.6, it was styled by Bertone, but was it designed to be shown off and make people do glamorous pics? No. It was designed to go to places like Africa and Sweden and smash through dirt and canyons and rocks and other crazy stuff. It was the complete outlier for any car in history. Excellent. Oh, that's a good choice, Neil. You say you're proud of your Peugeot 205, but a Toyota Corolla A86 or a Subaru Brat? Yes, the Toyota A86, of course, driven by the Drifter Kingu himself, Keiichi Tsuchiya. There's actually a video of him driving that car with tofu in the boot, doing the initial D thing. It's amazing. Oh, there's a Peugeot 205 in this race. Naomi's not going to be cheering for me anymore. Oh, it's the rally version as well. Yes, the 205 Turbo. Now we're doing the east course, we're not doing the full circuit. So we're turning right at Dunlop instead of going on through Degner, under the bridge, hairpin, spoon, 130R. We're just literally coming round in the middle of the Casio Triangle. I don't like this layout, it's a bit too bland for me. A bit too boring. It's almost like a Formula E track. You know, where they take a legendary circuit and have to cut it in half because they've not got the range. Although I said that, to be fair to Formula E, I love the fact that when they go to Mexico, they actually use the full Paratalda, something that F1 don't do. I love that. '80s cars were very angular, weren't they? They had a very iconic look. If you take a look at some of the supercars in that era, like the Lamborghini Countach, for example, the Lotus Esprit, the Ferrari F40, they just had a great look to them. And then you had the regular cars. You've mentioned the Peugeot 205, but you've also, as I say, got the likes of the Ford Escort XR3i. You've got the likes of the MR2. Half the cars were designed by rulers and a HB pencil. I do indeed know exactly what Alonso did on Michael Schumacher. 2005, having started in, I believe, either 14th or 16th place, and went around the outside of him at the 130R at 140. It was one of the greatest overtakes of all time. One of the best moves I've ever seen. And that was the moment where everyone who said, oh, Alonso's just been given the best car and he's not had to do anything to win the title, all shut their mouths, because no one had ever done anything like that before at that circuit. It was incredible. Yeah, I think it was the VW Golf GTI was the first to start really experimenting with aerodynamics in a production road car. I remember the videos of them having, like, you know, what looked like a gigantic fire extinguisher blowing dry ice over the car as a way to figure out its shape. I also remember, of course, what Ayrton Senna did to Alan Prost at the first corner of that hairpin at Suzuka in 1990. Prost at Ferrari, all he had to do was finish the race to be the world champion. So Senna made sure that he wouldn't finish at the first corner. Nowadays, he'd have been disqualified from the entire championship, but back then, he got away with it. The Wild West era of motorsport, it has to be said. Apparently he did it because he was fed up of Jean-Marie Balestre giving massive favouritism to Alan Prost because of the nationality. Something that I have no idea if it's true or not, to be honest. Well, we got a Mitsubishi Evo, we got a Lancer Evo in the race. No, I say the race, I've just blasted past them like they weren't even there. Yeah, I think it was in 91. That was when Senna became champion, and then it's because he took out Prost. That was the reason. It was when Murray Walker did his legendary, and it's happened immediately. This is amazing. Two guys have literally gone off into the wall. They've absolutely smashed each other to pieces. Either one of them could have been killed. This is amazing. And then James Hunt's like, and that makes Senna champion this year. That proper case of disappointed dad voice. Yeah, he didn't even try to brake. That's exactly right. He didn't even try. He literally just went. It was when he gave that legendary interview afterwards. When you see a gap, you either commit yourself to go for it, or you come second, third, or fourth. You don't go for a gap. You're no longer a racing driver. No one was convinced. Everyone was like, "Yeah, you keep telling yourself that, mate. We know the truth." Oh, I braked way too late for that corner there. I got that completely wrong. I mean, you actually, if you need to, here, you can actually wall ride this corner to gain time. There are some license tests where doing that is massively useful for getting gold. It's a question as to whether you have any issue with people wall riding or not. I certainly do. I'd never wall ride to get a gold on a license test. I'd always make sure I take corners like the carousel perfectly legally and not wall ride at all. There's no way that happened earlier on stream, did it, people? There's no way that I cheated at the carousel. Over the way that sign said two-way traffic then. It's like if there's two-way traffic on a race like this, nope, not what you want. Welcome back, Fiona. Just seen you pop in the chat there saying you just finished watching the latest episode of the Paper Mario series. That's awesome. Did you enjoy it? Was it good fun? The fact that you stayed there for that long for time suggests it was, but I didn't watch it because I've been too busy racing, as people might have seen, those of you who've been watching the stream tonight. And a massive shout out to all you people. Thank you very much for all you people who do tune in. I'll say whether you're a first time viewer or you're a regular, all you people matter to me a lot, and thank you very much. There's 3 hours of footage you can check out if you want to be sure. In terms of missing anything, well, nah, you didn't miss anything at all. There's no point watching. No point watching the stream. No, it's been interesting duo to it. You missed I don't know if you were here for it, but where we tried to take a very, very slow car around the circuit. That was amusing. And we also had the very rather epic battle in the Classic Car Series, actually. Made storming the castle look easy. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, I say, Joe, thank you very much, mate. I appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate it a lot. I always find it interesting when you see some streamers always like talking about numbers and everything else. And for me, it's all about having fun. If you're having fun, I'm having fun. That's the most important thing. Unless, of course, you're doing disgusting challenges to make people have fun. Avian, I've not forgotten, nor will I ever forgive you. You know what you did. The tail... What on earth is that? What the hell is that thing? It looks funky as anything, but it's almost like a... It's like a cross between a old bathtub F1 car and some kind of weird Wipeout style vehicle. Whoa! And now we've got a new track added to the Dirt and Snow events as well. Yes, Avian, you did. You nearly did. Own that. Go on, let's take a proper look at it then. It's the Toyota Triathlon race car. It's not got a engine type. We've not got any power details. I'm going to take a look at it just to see what it's like. I'm curious. Right. Let's take it to the World Circuit. I'd rather do a World Circuit track than this. And we'll take it around... So, let's take it around Laguna Seca. No worries, Evan, you gotta go. That's absolutely fine. You enjoy the rest of your evening. Your English is great, Joe. I've understood every word you've said, mate. Your English is fine. Your English is absolutely fine. Ah, the Beagle's looking for dinner. That makes perfect sense then, no worries. Right, let's quickly put this in. Oh god, you're right, we have got two people. It's a bobsled. That's what we've got. We've got access to a bobsled. Oh, the little Toyota light up, that's kind of cool. The Toyota light at the back. I like that, where it's got the brand on the brake lights. This is a weird car. The race that got us this was the, was it the Yamaha Challenge? No, it was the 4-wheel drive challenge. The 4-wheel drive challenge. So that's where we got it from, Jafenek. The 4-wheel drive challenge in the beginner events. It's a weird car to drive. I think it's meant to be an electric car, judging by the sound. Because there's no engine noise, it's all like turbine. Can we brake for the corkscrew? Just about. I got the braking pretty much spot on that. Ah, well, Fiona, I'm not surprised that Bowser's Castle is the final dungeon in Paper Mario 64. I mean, Bowser as the final boss is extremely on point for Mario. It's still cool though. So it's not a bad look. It's got a very unusual feel to the car. It has a very floaty kind of design. Oh, there we are. We have a ghost car. And is the ghost going to disappear? Because so far, whenever I've used the ghost, they've kind of disappeared after a short while. Oh, that's very wide. That's incredibly wide. But yeah, we're still in front. Well, let's watch the two-man bob. So it is kind of fast. It's interesting. It has like a weird. It has weird grip. So I'll do it in chase cam for a while because I don't normally use chase cam. I don't like it. I find it trickier to get your lines because you sometimes have an obscure in your view. Yeah, this car's not got much grip. This car's got very little grip. The ghost should fly past us any second now. I say should, but apparently it hasn't, so I must have gone off. On that lap too. Oh, but look at that. That's showing you the difference in the way you take the corkscrew there. Yeah, I'm aware that Paper Mario is a turn-based JRPG for Mario. I'm aware. I've just not been interested in playing it. I think it's because I'm not really a Mario fan, Fiona, so I don't really understand all the lore. Like, there was Super Mario RPG for the Super Nintendo, which was made by Square of all people, so it's like an unofficial Final Fantasy. And I've absolutely mullered that lap timer for the stayed on circuit. Still, that was kind of interesting, to say the least. That was an interesting car. That was a bit of a strange one. That's a weird one. Let's say that the main reason that I forgot to mention Paper Mario on the 64, Fiona, is very simple. I never had an N64. I was PlayStation 1. I never had one. There's my Gran Turismo Skyline. Because this is where I might... The issue I've got now is I might be hitting the point where I'm struggling to get events. But what I can do... Yeah, none of these will work. There's no way of taking on the Supercar Festival in this car. It's not going to happen. What about the Japanese events? Is there anything I can do here? I could enter it into this, but will my Skyline be able to hold up the power for it? No restrictions on tyres. Right, I need to make some upgrades. We're going to try and win with the pace car. We're actually going to try and set the pace. Chances are we'll be able to get by on racing mediums, I reckon. Yep, I did have a Sega Dreamcast. I had one of them in college. I'd say I had a Sega Dreamcast when I was at university. That we're going big. We're upgrading this car. Yeah, I reckon I'm going to need it. You're not wrong, Joe. I reckon I'm going to need it. I don't think we're going to do very well, but I'm going to try. But before we do anything, let's upgrade the car. Let's put some upgrades in, because we've got quite a lot of money available at the moment. That's the tricky part, money. Because upgrading them is the hard part. Right, I definitely can't do any NA tuning, but I can polish the ports. I've got to be very careful here, because if I spend too much money on a car that's not going to be competitive, I'm going to be kind of stuck. So I need to make it difficult. But what I can do as well is, if it's a JGTC championship, what I can do actually is I've got a car that might be better suited to it now I think about it. I've got a car that might be a better fit. Where are you? I know what I'm looking for, but I can't see it. There it is. That'll be much more like it. The 350 CLM. Can I do anything to this car to upgrade it? It's probably got quite a lot of parts already. Yep. I could put NOS in it if I want, but that's kind of silly. I don't want to do that. Yeah, it looks like it's going to have everything I've already got needed. Oh, I can actually put an extra turbo kit in. I can put it up to 825 horsepower. Oh, yeah. Let's whack some extra power into this baby. Suspension is fitted. Tyres. It's probably going to be on racing mediums. Might buy a set of hards just in case I need them. No, I'm going to gamble on mediums. I'm going to gamble on them. Yeah, no worries, Jefenic. You got to get yourself get some breakfast. I mean, it's nearly midnight here, so wherever you're watching from, I hope you enjoy, mate. That's awesome. Yeah, the All Japan GT Championship, the JGTC. Say when we finish this series tonight, I know it's a question of how fast it goes, really. Yeah, we're definitely in the right things. We've got the knees. All the others in the JGTC, whereas I'm in the Nissan Concept LM. Right, this should be a grid start, so I'm going to risk not qualifying. Okay, we've got a lot of horsepower. We have power out the arse. My God, this is fast. Yes, Joe, there was a Lamborghini in JGCC, and it was actually in Gran Turismo 2's game files, but you could only access it with an action replay cartridge because they couldn't get the licensing. On the PlayStation 1, there was actually a proper JGTC game, which was fully licensed. And it had the likes of the Vipers, it had the Lamborghinis, it had them all in there. It was great. My God, this feels like a different league of a car now. This is speed. This is fast. Whoa, 170 I went through there. Bloody hell, that's fast. This is literally eating corners. It's literally devouring them. This is grip on another level. This is awesome. I reckon this car would be enough to win the GT World Championship with. It's that fast. Get some hard tyres on this baby, we'll be alright. This is brutal speed. I do like this circuit actually, the Tokyo 246 layout. It's brilliant. I think this is near Odaiba, judging by this circular highway there to the left. Reminds me of the highway that goes out to Odaiba. The only thing I watch out for here is tyre wear because of the amount of power I've got. Not only the amount of power, but the grip. Oh, that was understeer. That would have been a written off chassis, but we've not got damage in this game, so we don't have to worry about it. Because this was before Gran Turismo got the license for damage, which was, I believe, in GT5, but then removed. Say, with the turbo in, this car is ridiculous. I didn't realise I could make it this fast. Topping out at 200 mph, which is like Le Mans speed. Oh. Meanwhile, XTEL jumping in on there. Good evening to you. How are you doing? What have you been doing this evening, XTEL? Can you give yourself good? So we're now driving in the Japanese GT Championship, and the car I've got feels like it's overpowered. It is brutally quick. I've just been relaxing. That's the best way to be. Oh, I'll take it. It's not the best way to take that corner, but I'll get away with it. Yeah, it's nice to relax on the weekend. Best time for it, really, when you think about it. Unless, of course, you're on a week off like my friend was last week. In which case, you lucky bugger. Or you people who might be on a long weekend, who've been rubbing it in my face for the last few days. Well, I say, at the moment it looks like we're set for winning a good car, so that's fantastic. I mean, as it's an international A licence on, I'm hoping it might be a Le Mans car. And if it's a Le Mans car, that'll come in real useful for some of the supercar events later on. Because it's one of the higher licensed test cars, this one. So, well, one of the higher licensed test events anyway. It's not the highest, that's the extreme. Of course, we can't get the extreme events until we win the Gran Turismo World Championship. And we can't enter that for some time, I don't believe. Not that I'm going to do anyway, because it's quite a long championship, that one. A lot of the races are very, very long. Much longer than the ones in more recent games. Much, much longer. The actual proper races. I do love the fact that this game actually has a Formula 1 championship in it. In all but name. Yeah, you can definitely tell that this car is much more planted with the power. Say the opposition have been left in the weeds in this event. Put the turbo in the back of this car and that was it, we were away to the races. There's the Sony headquarters to the left. I'm actually like a tour guide then. I'm trolling the game. 200 miles an hour. There's the Sony headquarters to the left. Right, yeah, 100 meters is too late. I'm braking way too late. Ah, you love the engine sound, do you, Joe? It's got a nice whine, hasn't it, to it, with the turbo kicking in. I think the front left tyre's taking the biggest pounding, which is surprising. Must be a lot more loaded corners on that side of the car, which is again something that this game did before many other games. Introduced, like, you know, wear on different sides of the car depending on the tyres. You often see that in motorsport, like in Formula 1 or Le Mans, where they're having to try and nurse a tyre for an extra stint. Now outside the white lines there, so that wasn't cheating. Smashing the quarter mile to the finish line, 1:16. I don't think this is going to be a new fastest lap, but it's still going to be quite a decent one. Oh, it was close. Very close, only a tenth off on worn tyres. So that gives me a great start in the championship. Best way to begin. 775 brake horsepower. That's a lot of energy. That's a lot of power going through the rear wheels. So we'll move on to the second race. I'm guessing it's going to be somewhere like Suzuka or Fuji or possibly the Suzuka. It's Suzuka. Oh, it's the East Course. 12 laps of the Suzuka East Course. Really? Initial lag off the line and away we go. Now, of course, this is interesting for me because this is the car I had to use a lap of this circuit on to get the gold in the S license at this circuit. Cold tyres are very, very, very slippery. There's no grip at all at the moment. I need to get these tyres warmed fast. Plus, I might be trying to corner too fast as well. I might try to corner flat when I shouldn't be. Yep, 48-second lap. Ooh, that's a tough question. What was the hardest S license to get? In terms of getting the gold, Chamonix was hard because of the way you could easily get like taken out for wall riding. I ended up getting the gold by 10 seconds, but there were a lot of failed attempts because I was getting like basically failed for that quite a lot. This one for Suzuka was actually very hard because it was so, you needed to be so consistent to be able to get through it. I found this a real challenge, so that was very, very difficult. I think I probably picked this one, Suzuka, actually. I think it was the tightest one in terms of gap. The Nürburgring one was challenging, but I managed to get it thanks to an exploit, to be fair. I kind of made an exploit to get it, so it wasn't as hard as it should have been. But yeah, the Peugeot 205 at Chamonix was very, very hard. Is it pronounced Chamonix or Chamonix or Chamonix or I don't know. Again, I don't speak French, so I always feel I'm butchering places when I say them like that. This isn't the cleanest run from me, I must admit. I'm not being very clean here today. I'm being fast, just not very clean. Ah, Chamonix, right, okay. Ah, Andy saying Chamonix, right, okay, excellent. That's fine. It certainly sounds like that kind of thing, again, because it's French, so, you know, it's like I'm used to that kind of pronunciation. Ironically, years ago, a friend and I were thinking of, like, you know, in the UK at the moment, there's a chain of diners called Karen's Diner, which is basically like, you go there to get gourmet food and the waitresses insult you. Like, you know, you order something, what you ordering that shit for, you know, that kind of thing. Now, years ago, me and a friend had the idea for a French-themed restaurant where basically you're given a wristband colour from red down to green down to red, basically, green, amber, red. And if you had a red one on, it meant that the staff could abuse the fuck out of you. And, like, you know, they were all in French, and it was going to be lovely food, but they'd absolutely insult the shit out of you. And we were going to call the restaurant Coulez-vous. I'll say that again, Coulez-vous. Which I understand, if my French is correct, stands for fuck you. Or something very similar. Andy, tell me about it. You say your new study in travel would come in handy 26 years on. Not the way you intended it to be used, but it's still awesome kudos for you. So Chamonix, yep. Oh, I might be about to lap somebody. I don't believe it. No, it's not. I'm not sure that's being fair on the 2CV, really. Yep, there's the Pennzoil Zexel Skyline, and I'm saying, sorry, mate, you're out. Goodbye. Next. The Denso Sard Supra, thank you very much. Goodbye. I could not have caught him at the worst time. It was right in the middle of the S's. There's no, because he contacted me, I went off. That's annoying. Right, no matter, I'll lap him again. Yes, get out of my way. Well, I think we're going to lap the field in this race, people. And that's awesome. We like to lap the field. It's always fun. Now the question is, will my left tyre hang on? Or will I need to pit? Because if I need to pit, ironically, it'll make it a close race. Oh. Couldn't have put that in a worse place if you tried. That made things very annoying. Because that front left tyre is getting pretty bald. The question is how much distance I can put between the field. I mean, the power of this car is on a whole different league. This car has got power beyond anything. So I'm going to try and avoid pitting if I can. I'd rather not pit. If it goes red, then I might have problems, but I might just be able to get it over the line. But my lap times are tumbling. I'm now down in the 45s. So on a lap this short, that's a lot of time lost. Yeah, I'm starting to understeer on braking, which is a major problem. Understeering on braking is really tricky to deal with. Especially a Suzuka, where you got such a tight line and it's a really narrow line to take to get through the corners. It's generating so much understeer now. Right, final lap. We're locked in now. We've got to go to the end. Yeah, you can see it now. It's right on the cusp of turning red. But I'm far enough in front to not have to worry, because they have to pass me twice. That's not going to happen. Not unless I do something catastrophic, which, let's be honest here, I have done before. I did it on the last stream. I'm having to literally crawl around that, take it like a driving Miss Daisy in terms of lapping. But there we go. We are going to win, and win by a lap. So that gives us a quite decent lead in the championship. We've got a complete victory where we can get no points at all, except we can't possibly do that. You're always guaranteed at least 1 point. So this is a 10 race series, so I don't know if we're going to complete all of it, but we'll try. I'm not going to qualify. We're rolling start in this one. On the streets of Seoul, we've got 10 laps. So it's almost become like a Pan-Asia championship, this one. Yeah, round the outside. A little bit of diver in there and tear, and there's not much I can really do about that. I think it's struggling to simulate some of the assets. This is the catch when you're playing an old game on a modern system and you're not playing it 100% the way it's supposed to be. There can be some errors and glitches. You just gotta take them in stride. Not much more you can do. This should be quite a quick lap. Yeah, we're just under a minute. That's not bad at all. But you can definitely see shades of what became the Baku circuit in Azerbaijan in Formula 1 here. You've even got like the opening start with the two 90-degree kinks into a section with the large tight hairpin, two long massive straights with a curve. Yeah, they expanded it with the castle and everything else, but I genuinely look at this circuit and go, this was Baku 14 years before Baku happened. So I still find it weird that when Baku first came on the F1 calendar, it went by the European circuit name. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, Azerbaijan are in, like, European football championships and everything else, but they're literally, like, directly north of Abu Dhabi. It makes no sense to say Europe. It's weird. In terms of landmass, it's not what you'd think of, but it's still produced some good races, the Baku International Circuit, actually. It's produced some really interesting battles. Yeah, this car with this turbo in it is winning this series at an absolute canter. Yeah, I had my doubts the first time I saw Baku. The first time I saw it, I was thinking this is going to be a really bad gimmick race. But then every time I've watched it, there's always been some kind of weird incident. Whether it's Sebastian Vettel deliberately crashing into Hamilton, Ricciardo and Verstappen coming together in the first corner, Perez sneaking that victory. There's all these. When Hamilton forgot to turn his brake magic button off or something. It's always had some really cool designs to it. I've been tempted to actually go to that race because all the viewpoints of it look really quite spectacular. But it means getting to the Middle East, and I get the feeling that'll be pretty expensive. Don't get me wrong, going to any F1 race is expensive. The F1 races are very, very pricey. Anyone who's ever been to an F1 weekend will tell you they are extremely expensive. The one race I've always wanted to go to actually is the one at Montreal in Canada. That's a circuit that holds a very special place in my heart. Mainly because of that legendary race in 2011, where Jenson Button won from last with half race distance. Did well to avoid crashing then. Yeah, Montreal is a beautiful circuit. It's a bit old-fashioned in some of its designs, like the grandstands and everything else. But in terms of the actual location by the lake on the Ile Notre Dame, it's fantastic. And of course, named after the icon himself, Gilles Villeneuve. Yeah, it's interesting that this game had all these new features at the time, and now you play it now and you're like, wow, these were considered like the next gen cars and the next gen circuits. It just shows you how much time moves on. Yep, looks like we've got another Zaxxal Skyline that might be getting lapped in this race. Mainly because I'm OP as anything in this car, it must be said. I have turned up to a game of battleships carrying an aircraft. Oh, you cheeky mother trucker! Get back in the loser lane where you belong. You cheeky mother! Who do you think you are, Eddie Irvine? I'm glad that tickled your funny bow, Joe. Must admit, I got that from an old Top Gear interview with a gentleman who's not normally very funny, but was actually very funny on that show. Can't remember his name now, actually. Michael McIntyre. Normally not very funny, but on that particular episode of Top Gear, he was hilarious. I had to straight line that because he braked so early, I almost rear-ended him. Yes, I'll admit to unashamedly ripping off a joke from British TV. It's not the first time. It definitely won't be the last. Make sure I'm out of their braking zone. I don't want to get taken out by them. So I'll take myself out instead, because of course I would. Can I catch and lap the final car? That's the question. Can I catch and lap them? It's a short lap, so there's not much time. Can I lap the field twice in a row? In a car which is clearly a golfing class. He's making that car as wide as he possibly can. He's determined to keep me behind him. I admire his courage, I really do. But I'm sorry to say it was foolishly placed, because the game is over for you, my friend. And I set a fastest lap doing that as well. What does that tell you? That I'm having way too much fun obliterating the field? Because the answer would be yes. Yes, I am. It's not the driver, it's the car. No. In this championship, it's definitely the car. The car is easily pasting everything on the floor. Onwards we go. It's Fuji Speedway 90s, but we should be able to start with a grid start here, so I don't have to expend any time qualifying. Yes, the four-wheel drives definitely get off the line faster, but once my wheels bite into the tarmac, it's pretty much game over. Not yet had a race on the GT layout. I'm quite surprised. Now the GT layout is what later became the Formula 1 layout. So I'm kind of surprised we've not done that. Yes, by the way, in a moment, front and centre, you will see the least accurate, there it is, right there, the least accurate rendition of Mount Fuji ever. It's not even close. The shape's right, but everything else about it is totally wrong. It's not contained full of greenery. It's brown as anything. Usually topped with white snow because it's so high up. In fact, oddly enough, I once ran into a Flat Earth Society member in a pub. And I started basically trying to educate them about why the world is not flat. And I referred to all kinds of things. I referred to boats in the ocean, for example. How you'll always see the prow first before the rest of the boat because it's cresting the wave. If the world was flat, you'd just see it coming in from a distance, like a car from far away coming towards the foreground. They argued that that was that there was lies and perspective in the air, and it was causing all kinds of problems. Didn't make sense to me, but went okay. What about during the seasons then, where during the summer the sun goes higher and lasts longer than it does in the winter because it's cresting different points of the world? No, no, no. It's just circling the Earth in a different way from above like a spotlight and not covering all the area. So I then decided to talk about planes. I said I got on a flight from Tokyo to London, from London to Tokyo. It's 9,000 miles. The plane goes no faster than 600 miles an hour, yet I got there in 12 hours. How did I cover the extra 1,800 miles in those 2 hours? You were flying in circles, mate. Everyone believes that you're not going anything. You're not doing that at all. You weren't using the curvature of the Earth to shave time at all. It's all a lie. And in frustration, I actually said to them, well, what about mountains then? You can see further from the top of a mountain than you can from the bottom, because you're seeing over the top of the curvature of the Earth. The flat earther said, mountains confuse me. More than a little bewildered, I asked them why. Why would a mountain confuse you? To which they said, and I swear I'm not making this up, why do they often get covered in snow when they're closest to the sun and they should melt it? Yep, someone who believes the world is flat believes mountains should never be covered in snow because they're closer to the sun and have more access to the sun's rays, so should always melt the snow. That's the level of intellect I was dealing with, people. That was the point. I noped out of the conversation. They were too stupid to communicate with. They were on a whole intellectual level far below mine. You say you don't argue with them, Queen? I was having too much fun arguing with them at first, but then it quickly turned into a chore that I couldn't come back from. At first it was fun. It very slowly dawned on me that it wasn't going to be a fun evening. No, Naomi, that's the point. They'd never done anything like that. They believe the world is flat. They believe that you're walking around and there's nothing here. Again, it was a very, very strange conversation. I don't even know how I realised they were a member of the Flat Earth Society. I don't even know how the conversation got there in the first place. But all I know is they revealed it to me, and I realised just how low human intellect can go. I realised the depths you can plumb when you enter this kind of conversation. I mean, don't get me wrong, Queen, yeah, making an agreeing noise and fleeing the conversation is probably the wisest option. But you're not a debilitating troll like I am, are you? But one of the best arguments I ever heard them make, spoiler alert, it wasn't a good argument at all, I'm taking the piss, was that no one believes Antarctica exists. I said to them, I said, what do you mean Antarctica doesn't exist? They went, it's painted as a massive continent of ice that we explore, but it's not true. And I'm like, well, what's all the ice then? If Antarctica doesn't exist, what's down there? To which they said, this is just as stupid. Antarctica is a wall of ice that stops the ocean going over the edge of the world. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there are people who believe that the wall and the Black Watch are genuinely real and they're keeping the White Walkers from us. There are people who genuinely believe that. Oh no, how did you manage to troll a Warcraft chat with 2 words? What did you say? I mean, I'm not a Warcraft player, so apart from Leroy Jenkins, I can't think of any other way you can troll Warcraft. And by the way, I've just dated myself really horribly with that reference. Referencing that of all things. And then what? He's gone in? That's 3 words, it can't be that. they don't believe that you reached the end of the world. That's the thing, Naomi. They believe in the concept of an ever-expanding universe is alien to them. Oh, so you just said and then what? I don't get the context. I don't understand how that trolls it. I'm confused. How could that troll an entire audience, or do you not understand either? Is that the point of your Is that the point of your comment? Oh, gone wide there, very wide. Got away with it, but I went wide. So I actually needed longer revs in the engine for this car, for this track. I was topping out at 207. I had more revs, but my rev limiter was being hit too early. I needed to extend the gear ratios. But unless we've got like Le Mans coming up, there's no reason to do it now. Yeah, I suppose it could be that, Naomi. Yeah, someone keeps telling a story and you just go and then. Yeah, I can imagine that getting quite annoying. The thing is, the idea of the and then, that makes me think that's how Atlas came up with the plotline for Persona 2, Innocent Sin. That game literally is a shitpost. It's like it starts with, oh, we'll make this rumour that one of our classmates is a pop idol. Okay, then what? Well, then our emblem's cursed and it means everyone's going to die. Okay, cool. What happens then? I think that's literally how they made their plot. I think that's literally what they did. I'm going to do a couple of clicks to the right for the gear ratios because this is the super speedway. And this is where we are going to... Someone type, then they shut the fuck up. I love it. No, oh god, no, more and then. I reckon your response was then what? Just to really troll them. Right, we've got 12 laps of Fuji Speedway. Does anyone remember last time we came here, people? What happened? I knew that was going to be the response, but I'm disappointed. You should have taken the opportunity to really screw with the mind. Your trolling is only base level. This is a track where I might find that I'm actually not as OP as I thought I was. Unless I cheat, which I'm not going to do. I could wall ride it, but why would I want to do that? There we are, on the inside. You see, my mother would actually say that I was doing that to kind of trolling to her when I was a child. Because I'm the guy who'd be like, but why? You need to go to bed now, but why? Because I said so, but why? You have school tomorrow, but why? But then again, I also once incurred the wrath of my mother when I was one day, I said something really sarcastic, and my mother's response was, "Don't use sarcasm, it's the lowest form of wit." To which I just replied, "But it requires intelligence to use." You know when a parent gives you that look of absolute thunder, that you have literally just chosen death? That was the moment I got that stare. That's a fair point, actually, Quinn. Yeah, you would have changed it to 4. Well, no, technically you'd use 3 words. And then what? So you technically only use 3, not 4. You can tell I'm an annoying troll, can't you, when I come up with technicalities like that? Not that I'm trolling any of you right now, of course. If I was planning to try, I'd do a one-make series of that 1886 Mercedes-Benz patent wagon race. Trying to conserve the tyres by not going so wide. Oh god, dude, where's my car? That was like one of those mad stoner movies that came out in the... Was it even the early 2000s or the 1990s? Movies that never really had any reason to exist, but they just did for some reason. Like Biodome and... Well, any movie with Pauly, whatever is Pauly Shores in it now, think about it. If a movie had Pauly Shores in it, there was no reason for it to exist. The thing I remember most about Biodome is that I'm able to troll one of my friends by pointing out that Kylie Minogue was in it. It's a moment of shame for her, I'm sure. Randomly, Tenacious D were in it as well, but they had like a cameo only. They actually had genuine comedians in the movie and didn't use them. That's what really annoyed me about Biodome. We're taking a double slipstream and we're going right on the other side. Yep, that's right. He tried to choreograph that move. I just literally went past them all. We've lapped the field once again, people. We are far too OP. Stage 4 turbo go boo. Yay, new fastest lap. That's awesome. We're keeping it going. We're racing. We're getting close to the final lap. We're not going to catch up to the back of these two to lap them twice, unfortunately. That's not going to happen. You can see that my front right tyre is almost dead already. It's taken a lot of punishment, this tyre. But then again, all we've been doing is turning left, and the front left tyre is definitely going to take the worst punishment as a result of that. We're at the halfway point of the season, people. Halfway. So onwards we go to race 6 of the season. Can we see out this championship before the end of the stream? Because we are well into overtime here tonight. And you people are still out there watching, so thank you very, very much, honestly. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but without you guys, the streams just wouldn't be the same. So thank you very much. So we're about to take on Laguna Seca once again. Let's blast past this skyline because we don't want to finish behind that. Brake at 2, up to the inside. Yes, that's an overtake. Unfortunately, because of that Toyota, I'm going to lose that place back, I think. No, I managed to avoid causing an issue there. That was well held. This is the thing about Laguna Seca, it's a very difficult course to pass on cleanly because it's so narrow if they get into the line. Well, say, Joe, usually what I do is I normally do 3 hours, so I would have actually finished at what's basically 11 PM GMT here, so I should have finished an hour and 40 minutes ago. Normally I stream for 3 hours at a time, but let's say it's been a nice attended stream. I'm not feeling too tired. I've not got work tomorrow morning, so I thought, let's carry on. Let's keep going. So normally it's 3 hours a time because it's just that it's a good session for everyone, really. I've seen some streamers who stream like every day for like 6 or 8 hours, and I just think there comes a point where your audience have too much content. You've got to give your audience a break, and you also have got to look after yourself as a streamer to make sure that you're not essentially regurgitating too much or starting to get very irritable. I've seen some streamers like they really lose the cool for no reason. Not naming any names, but I'm sure a few of you have an idea what I'm talking about. And they can start getting really, really needy about their audience. Especially if, like, you get these times where streams have a quiet chat because people are either just like enjoying watching the game, or they're in a conversation on the phone, or they've had to go somewhere else. And you'll find streamers start begging for comments and begging for likes, and for me it's just cringy. So I'd say usually by going for like 3 hours it gives a good balance for everyone, but tonight's been a stream I've had a lot of fun with. It helped that we wasted, what was it, half an hour, 35 minutes trying to get that bleeding Mercedes-Benz 1886 car to do something. 1 brake horsepower, people, yeah! Now we're cooking with gas. Oh, I've gone too far. Oh, just about caught it. Yeah, I'm not caught that one, no. We're rally driving now, people, in a GT car. Don't recommend that. Oddly enough, sometimes that corner there, the final one, when you're getting led by the pace car, it will actually take you through the sand in the corner. And I don't understand why, you know, when you're being led in a rolling star, it does it. It's a feature of this circuit for some reason, and I don't know why the AI does it. I also don't understand the advertising logo of Mazda's there. Normally that's a sign of apathy, you know, it's not exactly attracting people to your brand, is it? Still, it's not the worst advertising slogan I've ever heard. That would be for a company who made boats in the 1980s called Johnson's. And they once ran an advert where it said, "A trip to the wild with you, your kids and your Johnson." That ran on television. Think about that for more than 0 seconds. Yeah, Naomi, that's actually cool. The wind sounding as you speed. And say, if you pay attention next time I'm in the slipstream of another car, if you get it right, you actually hear the wind cut out when you follow another vehicle at speed. And that's a really lovely attention to detail. Really good. So we're not lapping the field on this race. I don't think we're going to lap anybody, to be honest. Not that that's a problem. It's not a reason I'm racing here at all anyway. I'm not here to lap the field. That's not what it's about. This is about completing another championship, moving further forward towards that goal, where we can start taking on a couple of the endurance races, because that'd be a good stream actually, doing the same race, taking it nice and smooth, trying to set good lap times. Challenging ourselves to drive a car which is a bit more in keeping. Nope. That's not the way to take the corkscrew, people. That's not what you're supposed to do. I'll be honest, Joe, I don't know if I am, because I don't know what you have to do to get 100%. I never got it back in the day, to be fair. I never got it way back then, so I don't know. It's something I should consider, for sure. I can't remember what I think I ended up getting something like 78%. The thing is, don't you have to like beat all the one-make championships as well as all the regular tournaments? So you have to go and like do, for instance, the Subaru exclusive races in the dealership, things like that. Oddly enough, despite that crash at the corkscrew, I actually went almost as fast as my fastest lap, which tells me there's a lot of time to be found. Oh, I did it again, turned too early, hit the curb, lost all grip, went into the sand. Getting your line right through the corkscrew is incredibly important, because otherwise you get that situation where you hit the curb and the car kind of like half takes off and you get thrown towards the sand. And at that point you are a passenger, as it's known in motorsport, where you've got no real control. That's what they call that moment. They call it being a passenger. Oh, no. We're not setting the fastest lap on the final lap here. Not going off like that, we're not. Oh, understeer. Tyres have gone off and I've understeered into the gravel. And this time we took it properly. At least I got round the corkscrew this time. It's funny because being a fan of like roller coasters, I think a corkscrew is something else. A legendary Vekoma roller coaster, which is now extinct, I believe. Yeah, that's right. We're not doing Farming Simulator here, Naomi. We are on GT4. And there we go. Another race in the can. Indeed, Fiona, that's right. Still tearing up the racetracks at this hour. We are way beyond the usual one. We're almost 2 hours over the usual time. We've gone deep into overtime here, and we're having a lot of fun doing it. At least I hope we are, because there's people still out there watching. So if you're watching this and you're not having fun, well, give me plenty of feedback and tell me how I can improve. Huh? Oh, not the replay. I don't want to watch the replay. No, we're not exiting. We're carrying on. We've got another 4 races after this and then we're done. Oh, we're in Hong Kong. Ah, okay. So we've got a race in Hong Kong. We've got 3 Nissan GTRs. And we've also got a couple of Toyotas. So this is pretty cool. We're not quite... Well, yeah, we are burning the midnight oil. I'm about to say we're not quite burning the midnight oil. It's nearly 1 AM. Of course we're burning the midnight oil. Been live for a very, very long time, having plenty of fun with you all, but I get the feeling that once we're done with this championship, that will be where it ends. So this is Hong Kong, rendered in the PS2 era. Anyone who's been to Hong Kong can tell me how accurate it is. I've never been there, so I can't tell you. I was invited to a wedding in Hong Kong, but unfortunately it clashed at a really bad time with something else. Bear in mind, this will be, if it is in any way accurate, it'll be to 2004. Because of course, this game came out then, so it was like 2003 kind of era. So the only time I've been to Hong Kong before was when I played Shenmue 2. Now, I'm not going to be streaming Gran Turismo for a bit now, Joe, because I'm rotating my games. If you go to my playlist, on my live section, I've got streams scheduled. I stream every 2 days. I stream it every day off. So my next stream is going to be on the Monday evening when I'm doing Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga 2. And then on Wednesday we'll be doing Wild Arms Second Ignition. Then on Friday next week we will be doing Dishonored 2. And then on Sunday we'll be doing Gran Turismo 4. So it's going to be kind of like a weekly thing basically, essentially. I normally might have 1 or 2 games, but I've got like a fixture pile up on games that started then stopped. So I'm going to actually do a full rotational stream for a while, see how it goes. Depending on feedback from the audience, if it's getting a bit too hard to keep up with or too difficult to remember what's going on, then I'll revise it and change the schedule. Because you guys make the streams, so obviously if it's not something you guys can follow and you're not enjoying it, let me know. The community tab's there, the comments tabs are there, I'll read them all, and it helps me understand how I can make things better. It's interesting that, Fiona, you say that the game Stray was based off Hong Kong's Walled City. I did get the feeling it might have been a bit like that, actually. As I say, Hong Kong does look kind of cool. As I say, one of my friends, I was invited to a wedding there, but unfortunately it came in completely the wrong place. I know it's really busy though, because I've heard the stories about their metro system and everything else. And it's very much a bustling city district, from what I understand. And of course, the only other time I've really seen anything about Hong Kong was in the game Shenmue 2, but that was based on the 1980s. So imagine things are completely different now. Now, so in terms of like Asia, there's only 3 places I've been. I've been Japan, I've been China, and I've been Thailand. Of the 3, Japan is my favourite, but I did love Thailand. China I found fascinating, but I wouldn't want to go back. It had a very weird, almost Orwellian kind of air to it when I was in China. I had a feeling that people would vanish at a moment's notice. It was very surreal. I also had a feeling that I was being told what people wanted me to hear. It didn't feel like I had true expression when I was there. I'll give you an example. I was on a coach being taken to the Great Wall of China for a charity walk. And we had our tour guide, and he started talking about, all the provinces of China and everything else. And at one point, he started mentioning Tibet. And then, of course, the announcer went, Tibet is part of China. I had to bite my tongue incredibly hard to not cause an international incident at that point. They genuinely believed that Tiananmen Square never happened. That kind of... It is a very, very strange cultural experience. Definitely not something I want to repeat. And I'm probably going to get, botted now by a load of people from that part of the world, but... It might boost my analytics, I suppose, who knows. Now, seriously, I really enjoyed my time in China, seeing the Forbidden City and the Great Wall and everything else was great, but... Yeah, it was a very, very strange... almost walking on eggshells kind of way of existence. Japan, by the way, completely different. Japan was awesome. I highly recommend going to Japan for anyone who's not been. That's awesome, Fiona. If you've got a friend who can take you to Hong Kong in the future, that's fantastic. Go for it. It sounds brilliant to me. I say my next big trip, of course, is when I go to Canada. in May, and I'm really looking forward to that. My first North American con, even though it's in Canada, for 10 years. Well, longer than that actually. I've only done one American con. Oh, Naomi, you're not wrong. Yeah, exactly. It'll be even more tough now. You mentioned about all the things you're saying there. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. The ironic thing is, I was in China months before, but possibly around the time that the first real, any kind of information was coming out from Wuhan about what happened in 2020. So I had an incredible near miss being in China at that time. So I've been to Japan 5 times. 3 times I stayed for a month. Taking in all the districts of Tokyo, Sendai, Osaka, Kyoto, Fukuoka, Hiroshima, Nara. I've been to Mount Fuji, I've been to the Fuji Speedway circuit. It's incredible. Ah, Joe, that's interesting. South Korea. I've heard interesting things about it, but I've never been myself. It does sound kind of cool, but I've never actually been. And yeah, Naomi, you're not wrong. Biggest bullet in the world dodged. I was there in September 2019, and the first murmurings of something really serious happening kind of broke out about that time. They were saying some kind of weird incidents happening in. Well, they mentioned Wuhan. And when I got access to a map, I was like, it's hundreds of miles from here, we should be fine. And then came back to the UK. A few people in our party got mysteriously very ill that they could never explain. I wonder what that was. And then, of course, in 2020, the world pretty much ended, didn't it? Meanwhile, welcome back, Alien. You missed anything? You've missed me absolutely obliterating the field in this race and talking about all kinds of interesting stuff. So I've always been interested in checking out Singapore, actually. That's somewhere I've always wanted to check out. Is that a new fastest lap there? That's awesome. Got that wrong. Wrong. I love the random English buses there and to the right there, the Dennis Darts. I don't quite know why they're there, but it's still kind of interesting. The tourist buses that aren't going anywhere. And the reason they're not going anywhere is because we've let the city down to do our race. We need to briefly stand up in a moment and just take a quick walk around my room just to de-cramp my leg. We've got 2 laps to go, so I'll do those first. My rear tyres have taken an absolute pounding on this circuit. It must be what they call a traction heavy circuit, basically. Because it's rear wheel drive, it's been churning up the tyres a lot more than the other circuits. So there must be a lot of traction zones. For those of you out there, a traction zone is essentially a corner where you have to put a lot of power down from your tyres and your engine to get the car to move. You're not like riding at high speed. You're going from low speed and putting a lot of power through the wheels because you're starting in slow speed corners. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, Naomi, because of course like Hong Kong was pretty much a British colony until 1997. So they must still have some influence from the time where we pretty much like ruled over them. Of course, what's happening in Hong Kong now is really quite crazy, to be honest, from what I understand. A lot of suppression, which is never a good thing. 1 lap to go. My tyres are nearly red, but I'm going to hang on to finish. I'm not pitting. Can you hear my car squealing when I'm putting the power down? That's because it's just not got the grip in the tyres to do enough traction out of the corners. So you can say it's lost traction for the zone it needs to apply it at. Yep, so I mean, I'm struggling to really get the power down because my tyres have literally reached the end of the life. They've got a weaker contact patch with the track and the tread has been worn down. So the carcass of the tyre wants to let go. It wants to burst. And I'm forcing it to keep working. I'm saying you are not getting the day off yet. Wow, so they're shutting down like the protests and everything out there, are they? Again, I've not seen much of it because again, I'm not from there. I've not got much of a dog in the fight, but I do hear a lot of stuff. And again, I've always been against any kind of suppression. It's something that's never nice to experience. No one should have to live with that. Oh my god, the traction, these tyres are absolutely dead. I am literally spinning up like I'm on ice every two. So look at the amount of time I've lost. I'm down in the 120s. That was a very slow final lap. Apologies, peeps. I've been sat in the same place for the last 5 hours, so I needed to take a quick stretch. I'm at the point now where I might be able to win the championship by coming last in every race. There's just one problem with that. It'll take too long. So there we go. We are officially down there. We've won that championship. We've got 666 for part of our money. Luckily, it's not only 3 numbers, so we're not in a situation of a certain type of call sign. Right, Turismo and Mategi, we're on the full road course. We're at GT Championship Race 8, so there's 3 more races to go. So we're probably going to be on till around about 1:30 here in the UK. Might be slightly later than that. Which is kind of crazy, but this is where we're at, people. This is how far we've come. Yeah, not qualifying here because we should be able to use the power of the Nissan 350Z. 6 laps. As we're in the JGTC. Oh, right. He tried to literally use me as an accelerator mode. Not having that. Yes, if you listen now, there's no wind. Get ready. And then you get the wind on the outside when I break the slipstream. Whoa! Easy, horsey. That was very well held. I took to the grass, but I held it. That's the key thing. I mean, I can't really talk about people's views on the Hong Kong situation, Fiona, because I've not really seen them. And I'd say, I mean, I understand critiquing a point of view you disagree with. It's a good idea. I don't know, it's like the times where you hear arguments and you think, why are people saying it that way? Because I've heard all kinds of weird things in my time. The one that I hate is a phrase that you sometimes find in Britain, which the moment you hear it, you just want to literally gouge someone's eyes out. And that is, I'm not racist, but I'm a racist, really. You know, that's what they might as well be saying at the end of the phrase. And yes, Joe, I did almost do a Latifi. You're not wrong. I slagged him off at the start of the stream and he's here watching going, I'm about to end this guy's career. To which I'm like, don't bother, my career's not going anywhere anyway. I already know my career's over. Now, I think this track's a bit glitchy on the visuals. It likes to go into not quite Rainbow Road, but not far off it, if you know what I mean. It's odd how they have like a brake marker board at 70 metres here. It's like they know that's where everyone's going to be aiming to brake at. Not that I'm complaining, it's useful. So if you are getting random colour flashes, I do apologise if it's causing any issues for you. I think it's unique to this track. I've not seen it in many other places, so I'm hoping it's just a weird visual glitch with this circuit. Oh, I held it together again, just about. I agree, Naomi, yeah, I mean, people are getting arrested just because they're protesting. I mean, here in the UK, we have, like, limitations on how you can protest. I mean, like, we've had a lot of people of late who've been doing things that are very disruptive and getting themselves arrested to try and, like, protest certain elements of life. Again, I want to be careful in what I say here, because I don't really have... Because I've not actually fully interacted with the protesters and what they're standing up for and what the police are doing their things for, I don't want to demonise anybody. But reporting on it, you are seeing this happening, and it's about being fair and balanced in the application of any policing or restricting, because there is a balancing act between both. You've got to get it right. I mean, if it's a violent protest, I mean, that's violence is violence. There's never any call for it. I once got caught up in some violence in the city of Manchester. It wasn't a protest. It was more about, well, I'd say, no, it kind of came from a protest, but it shouldn't have done the way it did. Basically, 2011, there was an incident in London which resulted in riots breaking out. And a couple of days later in Manchester, the same thing happened. And that night, I was working at an insurer. And normally I work until 8 o'clock at night. So, after hours, trouble started. And we heard warnings that, like, you know, our local tram network had shut down, there was no public transport out of the city and all this kind of stuff. And what had then happened is the business had decided that they were going to evacuate the building at 5 PM. Only somehow they forgot my floor. An hour later, someone came on and went, "We evacuated an hour ago." And I went, "Well, no one told us." "Oh, well, we must have forgot this floor." I ended up having to cross the entire city of Manchester when the riots kicked off. And there was one point where I realised that I was literally having to walk a gauntlet. There's a road called Dale Street, and essentially I found myself walking a gauntlet where on the right hand side of the road were a load of cops with riot shields, helmets, tonfas out, the whole 9 yards, and on the left side of the road were a load of thugs, balaclavas over the faces, neckerchiefs around the mouths, broken bottles in hand, knives, the whole 9 yards. And the only way I was going to get to the train station to get out of there was go down the fucking middle of it. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. Nothing in my life would possibly ever come close to that unless I was actually caught in a literal war. And I learned that day that there is a fine balance between when people take a protest and decide that they can use it for something nefarious. And that's why you do see a lot of police presence at these things. But on the flip side, that police presence must not in any way antagonise the audience to take it in that direction. So it's not a story I usually like to share, this one, because it touches a raw nerve. It's a certain situation that is a very dark period of my life, to say the least. It fucked me up for weeks. And to be told by your employers that they'd forgotten about you and put you in that position, you have to wonder how I managed to stay working for that company for a couple of years longer, but yet somehow I did. Somehow I managed it. I actually turned it into a short story, which is on my Amazon page, called Civil Commotion. And that was why I actually wrote like a fictional story, but essentially it was my experiences. Just done in a fictionalised thing to try and get it out of my system, essentially. And it worked. It helped. Well, the problem is, Avian, I didn't know if I'd be able to walk it either. But I had two choices. Walk it there, get onto a train and get out, or turn tail and get caught in even worse violence. There's the old phrase about being caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. That was my moment where that happened. And I had to choose. Did I choose the devil's temptation of the train, or the deep blue sea of the trouble behind me? It was a choice I did not want to make, but I had to make it. And yeah, Joe, it is a crazy story. It's a story that I don't like to tell very often because it makes it sound like I'm being some kind of like macho guy or something, and it's not true. What I do remember about that night is when I got to the train station on the way out, a bunch of kids actually said to me, "Oh dude, where's all the stuff going down? I want to see it." And I just turned around and went, "Go fucking home. You don't want anything to do with this. Get the fuck out of here now." "Oh, we just want to watch." And I went, "No, you don't. Go home." Bunch of 14-year-old lads who thought it was going to be like some TV show. No, it wasn't. People had their lives endangered that day. Businesses were shut up for good. There was trouble all over the place. You did not want to see it. There are some things in life you don't want exposure to, and that was mine. Strange how you can get onto these kind of tangents in my streams, isn't it, people? My streams go off the deep end very quickly. Yes, we're in the middle of a Japanese Grand Touring Championship. Let's talk about being caught up in riot acts and sending kids home in the middle of ways and police protests. In terms of like a topic that's not related, that's probably like top of the tree, really, isn't it? I was saying, Naomi, if people are troubled, I always advocate reaching out for help to whoever you can, and that can be amongst each other or it can be a professional. I mean, I think a lot of people face a lot of troubles, and it's very difficult for people to realise they're there. I mean, I hate that phrase. There's a phrase that people like to use, which is, "Oh, we've all had a little stress, we've all had a little anxiety," and I hate it because it immediately devalues the experiences that people go through. It's like the same with autism. I hate there's a phrase that I've heard people use, which is "everyone's a little autistic." Every time I hear that as someone who's neurodivergent, I want to punch them straight in the throat. I don't, because I'm not a violent person, but I want to, and that terrifies me. Oh, yeah, I just realised 666-636. We nearly had the double devil number then. Maybe it's good that I won those 15,000 credits so I can move the score on. So we're at Fuji. I said before we've not had a race of the 2005 layout. Now we've got it. Yeah, Fiona, I hate that as well. I really hate it because, again, it's not fair on people who have the condition. I actually hate as well the official title, Autism Spectrum Disorder, immediately implying that anyone with autism is like disorderly and anarchistic. No, it's a condition. Refer to it as a condition. Oh, that's interesting. They brought runoff there. I never noticed that before. They've actually simulated the runoff to the 2005 layout. All the others are gravel. I'm not actually driven this layout. But you see there, I've been able to take full advantage of all the runoff. Look at all this runoff. And Fuji is totally different. I've never noticed that before. That's amazing. Oh, that's kind of convenient. We've not got the hairpin chicane. So there's another layout to this track, would you believe? There's another layout we've yet to do, which is the F1 layout. But yeah, Mount Fuji looks a lot better in this version. Mount Fuji looks a lot better, it's a lot cleaner. It's a bit strange how the asset's completely different for the 80s and 90s circuit. Yeah, it's an interesting point there, Naomi, if you notice behaviours that are potential traits. I mean, I always find that quite challenging to cope with, because you have to be careful in how you word it. You know, you obviously don't want to offend anybody else, and sometimes people are undiagnosed. I mean, I'm lucky because I was diagnosed when I was only 14, but there are people who've never been diagnosed, or they get diagnosed when they're 40 or 50, and that's a life-changing thing to hear at that age. All your life you thought you were a bit odd, but no one really understood why. And then there's all this help that you could have had that would have made your life so much smoother, and you were deprived it. Because I'm lucky in that respect. I must say I'm incredibly lucky because I'm extremely high functioning. I'm to the point where most people wouldn't even realise I have the condition. I've had that phrase said to me as well. Oh, no, well, no one would know. And I'm like, oh, well, thanks for that. That's helping me feel confident to confide in you about it. So, I mean, I'll give you a great example actually of where you'd know about me. When I revealed to my employer that I have autism, and we decided to have a meeting because it turned out our employee guidelines, they had things for mental health, they had things for physical health, but they didn't have anything for people with like neurodivergence. So, you know, ADHD, dyslexia, dyspraxia, autism, Asperger's, whatever. So we decided, like, what we'll do is we'll see if we can find some way to deal with this and see if we can come up with some strategies. So I got recommended this website to essentially, like, analyse who I was. You know, what my strengths are, what my weaknesses are, and with that we could link it back to my diagnosis. And it was a beautiful website. It was very helpful, actually. A really good one. Called Genius Within, if anyone's interested in checking it out. Even if you're not neurodivergent, you might get something out of it. So, printed out my results, took it into the meeting. And my manager's there, as is a representative of HR. And the HR representative, like, starts the meeting and goes, okay, so how did you find the website? Now, me being neurodivergent, Asperger's, high-functioning autism, I didn't see the actual social question that was being asked here. So, when I heard the question, how did you find the website, my immediate response was to say, I opened the email and clicked the link. And there was that moment where everyone's like looking at each other, and there's total silence, and it's then that it hits me, and I'm like, she wasn't asking how I physically found the site. What was she asking? And I'm starting to try and ask myself, have I put my foot in my mouth? Have I offended people? What did I say? And when I thought about it, I went, do you mean, was the website helpful? And as soon as that happened, she was like, yeah, that's what we meant. And the meeting was smooth sailing from there. So the question was, my answer was perfectly legitimate. The question was perfectly legitimate. But it was the fact that I didn't catch the social cue of, they weren't asking me what made me go to the website, because they'd sent me the email, they'd given me the link. It was, how was the website to me? Was it functional? Was it did it have any assistance to me? What were my results? That's what they were asking. So not understanding that social cue was very difficult. No, that's right, Avian. They didn't say that, but that's the point. Because they were neurotypical, and there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. Neurotypical is just a word for anyone who's normal, for lack of a better word. Because they were neurotypical, they didn't see the potential barrier that question was raising to someone who was neurodivergent. And if anything, that was probably the greatest moment of the meeting, because that was when they realised, right, do we have any unconscious barriers here that might be causing problems? And how do we get over these barriers so that people are included? So it was actually a very good thing. You see, you're giving that answer to be a smart ass. To be fair, I've done those kind of questions, those kind of things myself. I remember once when I was in high school, someone went to me, "Dude, you're such a pussy," and I just replied, "Oh well, you are what you eat." And Naomi, as I say, I mean, it's possible if you do have ADD, it might be you might have like a form of it. The thing about you have to understand with autism is it's referred to as a spectrum, and there's a reason for that, because there are those people who are very high functioning and operate at the top end of the spectrum, and that's why they often go undiagnosed. You then have those on the other end of the spectrum who are so affected by their condition and have such needs that they stick out like the proverbial like Mona Lisa or Picasso in an art gallery. So it's the same kind of thing, and that's why the spectrum is there, because it assesses absolutely everybody. But it's awesome that you've done those writings there, Fiona. You say for the for NAS and for the migraine trust. That's brilliant. It's really cool that you've put your writing to that kind of function and helped in that kind of way. What kind of articles did you write? I'm curious. And so it's got very deep and philosophical at the end of this stream, hasn't it, people? We've gone in a completely different direction here. Not that that's a bad thing. It's invited discussion in the chat, and I appreciate all your comments. Thank you very much. All you people out there still watching, listening to me pontificate about this. We've got one more race after this, and I think it's going to be Suzuka's full circuit. We've done the East course, but we've not done the full course. I'm expecting us to be at Suzuka for the final race, which will be echoes of the old Formula 1 World Championship. Damon Hill, of course, won the 1996 World Championship at Suzuka. So we'll go on my victory straight. And there we go. Hey Naomi, I mean, all I'll say is if you do feel that you might have had to deal with these kind of things and you may be possibly in that thing, see what your country has for support for diagnosis. Here in the UK, we are terrible at getting appointments for autism and adulthood assessments. They are absolutely awful. Some people have waited literally 3 years to have an assessment, which is disgraceful, absolutely disgraceful. But I can't speak for where you are in the world, but here in the UK, despite everyone saying how it's okay to not be okay and getting help and everything else, people reach out and then it's not available, and that's something I'm really passionate about changing. I mean, I say I'm really lucky. I got diagnosed young, but even then it wasn't young, but it was young enough. But there were people who, there was a statistic, which I don't know if it's still accurate now, but when I was diagnosed, there was as many as 3 children in one classroom who went undiagnosed. And considering our classrooms were 30 students, that's basically 10% of students who weren't getting diagnosed. So I've lived with my condition now for 25 years. Oddly enough, I actually found myself in a situation where, on the flip side, I had someone try to excuse their poor behaviour with a condition and get egg all over their faces. I was part of a cosplay group. I still am part of this group. And one day we had a member of the group there who was a little aloof and a little weird, but that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. And then at one point they started ranting about other groups and how they might cause them problems and everything else. To which I simply said, well, I'm in those groups and I've never had any issues, so I'm curious, what kind of issues have you faced? And this individual just went, oh, well, you're not autistic, are you? So I just replied with, huzzah! After 25 years, I'm cured! It's a fucking miracle! I've never seen anyone retreat into their shell faster in my life. I've never seen anyone back up and backpedal more. Apart from maybe Boris Johnson now I think about it. He's probably someone who backs up and backpedaled more than that. But it's someone that was at that level of backpedaling. Yeah, so over here in the UK, medical nightmare is a good way to describe it. Absolutely, Naomi. But if things are better where you are in the Netherlands, then as I say, try and take advantage of it. Because, again, it is a big difference maker, even if it just gives you a few basic strategies. Because there's things that you might not realise. Like, there's times where you can say things and you don't realise what you're doing. Like me with that classic case of how did I find the website. That's a classic example. You don't realise just how it's causing issues for people, and it makes it make you seem difficult to approach. I'm also one of those people who finds it very difficult to identify when it's my turn in a conversation. And the one time I do identify when it's my turn in a conversation, I struggle to identify when my turn is over. It's why I like presenting, but I like presenting the way I do because, again, I get to shit talk. I get to keep talking for a while. It's why I often speak rather than play long periods and do the occasional chant. It's because it's not my nature. My nature isn't to do that. The website is called Genius Within, Fiona. So genius first word, within second. It's really good, actually. Really, really good, because what it does, it allows you to, even if you're neurotypical, to learn about things that you thrive in. So you might find that you thrive more in problem solving than you realised. You might be better at being a person who manages people. You might be better at a person who offers counsel. You might be someone who is much better on their own and left to their own initiative. But all these kind of things that can help you strategize things, and you might identify behaviours that you've used in the past, like strategies. Like Naomi, you mentioned how you might have had to deal with social situations. And this website that might make you go, that's the kind of thing I've had to do. That's the kind of person I can be. That's right, Fiona, yes. Genius within. That's right. That's exactly correct. Naomi, I'm one of those people, I can take or leave phone calls. I think one of the things about them is, for me, I don't like having social chatter on them. I like them to be very transactional, very much to the point. I need to make a phone call. I get the reason that I need to make the call out of the way, and it's done. I don't want to do idle banter. I don't want to waste time. I want to get it done and get back to what I was up to. That's a good point, Avian. Yeah, I mean, again, that's a good point, though. I mean, your point there about how you might be better at written communication than verbal. And you might be surprised at how that can be a massive benefit, though. Because that's the key thing. Yeah, so I only found out about it, Fiona, because of my actual work. I would say a member of HR who'd come from another company flagged it as a potential help when they realised just that the company I work for, the position on managing conditions like mine, like quite a lot of companies to be fair, wasn't really robust enough because it's not something they fully comprehend. And a part of it is because, again, here in the UK, we've almost been conditioned to not say we have conditions like mine. I don't know if many people have experienced this, but in the UK, if you went to a job vacancy, it would often ask the question, do you have a disability that prevents you from doing your job? Well, my answer is no. My condition does not prevent me from doing my job. It never has. There might be modifications that can be made to my job that get the best out of me for it, but it doesn't prevent me from doing it. But because of the word prevents you doing your job, we always see this, oh well, if I tick anything there, I'm losing points on the application. And so you hide it. It's much like how people were, up until like 1969, conditioned to hide alternative sexual lifestyles and alternate sexual allegiances. because it was taboo, it was wrong, it was against God and all that kind of thing. Then society's opened up a lot more to it. The last 15 years, society's got so much more supportive and understanding. It's got much more beneficial. I mean, I remember a great case where a credit card company in America every year had an outreach program where they bring neurodivergent people in for a couple of weeks just to show them the business and see what their perspectives on the business were. And in 2010, so I remember when that Icelandic volcano went up, I can't pronounce its name, but it's the one that basically shut air travel down for about a month and a half because of the ash cloud, and it was impossible for planes to fly safely. Well, what happened is, it coincided with this credit card company doing the outreach moment. And a neurodivergent person was there, and they went, right, your credit cards have insurance for purchases above this sum. Well, with the current situation and with the planes, won't people be doing a lot of claiming for this? Do you have a plan for it? Not even the CEO of the business had seen it as a risk. And they went, oh. They immediately put an option on their IVR, as it's called, their internal voice router. So basically, whenever you ring a phone number and it says press 1 to go here, press 2 to go there, etc., etc., they put an option specifically for this type of claim. That credit card company resolved their claims 80% faster than any other on the market. All because one neurodivergent person was listened to for an alternative perspective. And that's the kind of thing that companies need to open up to. Stories like that one show that you can tap into a lot of talent that you might not have realised was there because of unconscious biases. Yeah, Naomi, I know what you mean about like thinking of an answer can be quite tricky. Oddly enough, I've sometimes found myself thriving quite well in calls. I remember I had a solicitor's firm who refused to talk to me because every time I was talking to them I was demanding evidence and they weren't willing to give it to me. And I just said to them, if a claims handler has you running, what are you like in court? You must not have a very good success rate. Ah, so Evian, your uncle and go caught over in the States because of the volcanic eruption. Yeah, couldn't get back to England. Yeah, no, it was a big issue. There's loads of people trapped all over the world for it. There's a lot of stuff like that happened. And we're into the final time for the Casio Triangle. We're about to complete the race. We're back to the racing, yes, people. We're about to finish on topic. Would you believe it? We're not going to set the fastest lap. I don't care. It's fine. It's a long race, that one. It's a long series. That's a very, very long series. It took over an hour and a half, I think. It was a very long series, that. But we won every race. We dominated the championship. In terms of farming money, that's not the way to do it. It's not the most efficient. But we won overall. The All Japan GT Championship is ours. It's in the can. So, the question is, what do we get as our prize car? That's the question. What have we won for dominating the championship? Oh, nice. We've got another one. The Nissan Motul Pitwork Z. JGTC from 2004. So that'll be like a step upgrade on the car we've got, basically. Or is it? It's not the same car I'm already driving, is it? I've got the concept from 2002, whereas that's the actual official championship car. That's the difference. Yeah, I've got the 2002 concept. But we're at 13.4% completion now, people. We've made a lot of progress on tonight's stream. We've won quite a lot of races. We've tried to make the slowest car in the world navigate some of the hardest circuits and failed because it's just simply not got enough power. The hills were far too steep. just like my voice, because sometimes it gets a bit too deep to listen to. So, with that, we are going to wrap up here. We are way into overtime. We're not far off double-length stream tonight. This has been a marathon, and it's been an absolute blast. Sharing a lot of personal stories, taking a lot of games, and taking a lot of comments and jokes, and some nice ribs. Such as the visual glitch in the bottom left corner. Thanks for that one, Naomi. And with that in mind, we are going to be back on Monday evening. We'll be playing Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga 2. I'm tripping on my words worse than Nicholas Latifi on the corner and F1 circuit. And with that in mind, we're going to sign off there. But again, keep an eye on the schedule. I think we're going to be playing this again next time. It's probably going to be next Sunday, I believe, because that's going to be the fourth game in rotation. Keep an eye out for that. Until then, thank you all very, very much for watching. And seriously, why was that 2CV in that race? That was awesome. I had a lot of fun with that.